So, yeah, this is Call of Cthulhu. Yithian at the door.
You are streaming, so let me just very quickly.
I saw the purple light pop up.
Send the link.
I already did.
So,
Welcome to Call of Cthulhu.
does everyone have their vice?
Yes.
I don't know.
I think mine was decided for me.
How do I do vices?
It was decided on you.
Oh, it was just something I picked. It's like something you can basically black out in. A harmful vice that you lose large stretches of time in.
You can't take heroin, though.
You don't have to tell me what it
Did you
is.
take heroin already?
Why can't it be heroin?
It can be heroin. It can be alcohol. It can be.
It just can't be heroin.
Pornography.
That's better. That's even better than heroin.
Wow, look at this flip book I got. That's on.
Your vice could be obtaining friends. You go around obtaining so many friends that you lose the ones that you've obtained.
Oh.
That's deep.
That sounds like one of those cursed items the devil store would give.
It's like a monkey's paw, except
Just one finger, and it's a middle finger.
This bracelet will
Oh
allow
my
you
God.
to befriend everyone you meet.
Everyone
the
will
twist-
become your friend, but then you'll lose them immediately.
yeah. But what if your character's like a sociopath?
I mean,
So it
that
would
could
just
be
do nothing.
a problem.
Well, then it wouldn't like hurt them. It's like, oh well, on I go.
I mean,
My merry sociopathic way.
All
This is
right,
true.
so we could say that your vice is the detachment of yourself from reality and the idea that you're this perfect little sphere, this perfect little snowflake that doesn't need anyone, and you use people as you go along.
No,
If you want
prostitutes.
to, I mean,
Prostitutes is an option.
that's always an option.
yeah, or prostitution. You could be a prostitute.
Good old fashioned
and be
gambling is
addicted
always
to
an
it.
option.
Yeah, you could be addicted to gambling.
Yeah.
Everyone and their mother was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is this before or
and
after
alcohol.
My
Prohibition?
mother wasn't.
Before, so alcohol is on the table.
I mean, alcohol is always on the table. Let's be honest.
Mhm.
But it's easy to get.
Well,
Except
I'm
when you're
sitting at a
easier.
desk, but you're not wrong.
When you finish drinking it, it isn't on the table anymore because then it's in the fridge. You have to go get it.
True.
Well, maybe it's not in the fridge. Maybe it's in, like, you know, a wine cellar or something.
In a biological unit that just drank it.
Yeah.
A biological unit.
Absolute unit.
Well, because I don't know if it's going to be, you know, a Lovecraftian
That's what I
creature or
refer
a
to
human.
myself as. The biological unit.
That's what I look down and I'm like, you're a biological unit, all right.
This one.
I'm sorry, I just can't help but hear that as slang for penis.
I was gonna say, add that to
That's
your
what
list of
it is.
nicknames for your dick.
I'm keeping that. I like it.
That's just... Oh my God. A biological unit.
I'll
Whatever the
be
fucking
right
road
back.
line.
I need to actually do something real quick, but
All right.
Okay, but real quick.
If you're not back here in 5 minutes, we're legally allowed to leave.
You're grounded.
And you're grounded.
We're legally allowed to leave and you're grounded, so you'll be alone, but not allowed to leave the house.
You'll have to stay there
God.
with them. Oh my God.
I remember when I went to community college, and the college had this rule where it's like, if a professor's not there within 15 minutes, you're free to leave. And
Yeah.
there's so many
That was
times,
a
it's just
rumor.
like, how long is that? 5 minutes. I'm gone.
That was a rumor in high school, and it's not true. Like, everybody just says that. If the teacher isn't here in 5 minutes, we're legally allowed to leave. And it's like, no, you're not.
No.
You'll be marked tardy and absent. You can't
This
just
was a
do
community
that.
college, though, because it's like people had shit to do, and you're not
Yeah.
just going to sit around all day waiting for a professor who's not
I
going to
mean,
show
also
up.
in college, barely any teachers actually, like, mark attendance for your grade or anything. So,
Oh
like,
God, they did for us. It was community college, and these teachers were like trying to act like it was important.
well, that sucks.
Oh, you went to a lame community college.
Yeah, they
We did
fucked up my
jello
art
shots in
project
my
and
class.
destroyed my grade. So I'm not even going to try to get my grades back. I'm just going to go back to college from
My
this
community college would have been was really pretty. It would have been really great if I didn't just like do really shit at being in college, and just like fucking not go.
All
Yeah,
right,
I was really
I'm
bad
back.
about that.
Welcome back. I have one thing I hate about community schooling, and that is group projects.
Yep,
They deserve to burn in fucking hell for all eternity.
agreed.
I have had a lot of fun with group projects, and it's how I met a lot of my friends. So
You know how group projects go for me?
you do all of
okay,
the work and
I
no one
do
else
most
does,
of everything.
right?
Yeah, but they string me along. So it's like, you have 2 months to do this. They'll string me along. Oh yeah, I have this. Oh yeah, I have that. Oh yeah, I have all this written down. Oh yeah, I have all this, audio recorded. And then when it gets to the point, they're just like no one answers the phone. Everyone's just a ghost online. And it's just like, I get to the end and I'm just like, here's what I scraped together, and fuck him, and fuck her, and fuck her.
Sounds like you have a bad experience with groups.
I would rather just do a group project alone. Just give me the work. I don't give a fuck. I don't want to deal with people.
Hi, can I be my second, third, and fourth group member as well?
I have multiple personalities, so it all works out just fine.
Yeah,
Just
if you,
as
if you
dysfunctional.
talk like that, I'm sure that they'll give you the job.
All right.
All right. So everyone has their little vices.
I do.
Uh,
I've messaged you about it extensively. And by
I don't know
extensively, I mean,
about-
like
I'm not
twice.
sure where to. I guess I'll write it under traits.
I didn't
That's
write mine
fine.
down anywhere. I just know it.
Yeah.
Did you
It's
put
just-
gambling, alcohol, or hookers?
I
All
will
three.
not-
All the above.
He shows secret
My
option
character
E.
is just a 1920s version of Bender the robot.
I was thinking
I'm kidding, but don't tempt me with a good time there.
I was personally just trying to find like a funny phrase for what that would be called. Like, fucking, I don't know, Brazilian roulette or something. I don't know.
What?
I don't know.
Brazilian roulette.
A word for when you're
Yourself.
gambling with hookers and alcohol at the same time involved, or something.
Isn't that just like a cabaret club?
I think. Isn't that just called a great time? What?
Okay, so I will
I
say
don't get
that
it.
back in these times, there were things called jungle clubs. Does anyone know what a jungle club is?
Where you dress up as
Does
If
it
it
have
is what I
some kind
think
of
it
a
is,
weird
I'm not
race
sure
thing
if it's-
going?
Yeah,
where you
I think
dress up
so.
as like jaguars and elephants and shit, and then you have
No,
And
I
play
don't think
jazz and tribal music, and
Mhm.
there would be people of minorities wearing like loincloths.
Oh, okay.
Wow.
Yeah, that was a thing.
Well, that's not as fun as what I was describing.
No, but blackface was actually like not as racist as you might think back then too.
Well, yeah, it was just a normal thing. You'd have like minstrels.
Yeah, I mean, Jim Crow was still a thing in the 1920s.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, but this
Both
is
like the
North, I
original
will
show
say.
and the actual laws. At least I think so. Hang on. When was Jim Crow?
And here he goes with the Google.
Hey, I was
Okay, never mind.
fascinated
Jim
about
Crow
all
was a
the
character from the
1920s.
1830s, so I'm off by a century.
I heard Cookie Monster.
Oh, all right. Well then, no, sorry, I'm responding to something else. I have no idea what you just said.
I heard Cookie Monster.
Is he shitting on my profile pic? I'll cut a bitch.
She will do it. All right. So, we all. I should give Wander a second.
Just a second.
Un momento.
Hello.
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 Oh, yeah, they can, Steven, they can hear you in the background.
Hi, Steven.
I don't have any problem with this.
I don't know.
Hi, Stefan.
The problem is that my brother's going to be playing a game with his friend independently.
What game is he playing?
I don't actually know. Right now, he's playing Yakuza, but I'm not.
Ooh.
Steven, the only problem is that I uninstalled Warframe on the PlayStation, so you guys might be SOL there.
Oh,
get
I
wrecked.
play
Steven,
PC.
you've got it in backwards. Yeah, you've got the wrong thing going into the wrong thing.
Oh my god.
Steven, you owned it.
Steven, flip over
First.
your HDMI cable!
No, it's an audio jack for a headset that barely works.
What's it
Oh,
on
for
the
a second, I thought it was gonna be like the disc, and he put the disc in upside down.
Fucking CD in, bro.
Sorry.
No, it's upside down, Steven.
You'll
I
have
mean,
to check it a few times because
Honestly,
sometimes it doesn't
in
work.
modern machines, that is a reasonable thing to do.
Yeah,
Like the Wii and the Xbox 360,
Yeah.
they just have a slot. You just put a slot in.
Pretty
Oh
good.
my god.
You mean-
put the CD in
Just
wrong.
got back, 3-4 days ago now from finals. I had my final exams
Oh
and
my
on
God.
Friday.
Ask him how he did.
How'd you do? He answered for me, I guess.
A lot of,
Oh
lot
my
of
God.
study.
Oh, this is great. All right.
I should probably switch to push the talk.
It's up to you.
Yeah.
I'll let this happen.
I'm having a good enough time with it right now.
I'm gonna let this happen.
It's fine. No one's in chat or anything. It's not like his friends
Yeah.
would
Right.
come over
Alright.
and go like, "Oh shit, he did great on his finals." Wow.
Wow.
Wowie.
So,
You know, I always thought that like Owen Wilson's father was that guy from Kingpin that looks just like Owen Wilson but taller.
What?
whoa.
You ever seen the
even
movie
know-
Kingpin where it's
I
like the guy who
wasn't-
bowls really good but he's got a prosthetic hand?
No.
Well,
I
there's
love-
this Amish guy who plays bowling and he looks like a tall, older Owen Wilson from like the 1990s.
I love that you were reminded of
Oh.
Owen Wilson by my like terrible
That was a rough
Wow.
Christopher Walken. Wow.
Wow.
Wasn't he?
If you heard anything about
I
it,
miss you guys so much.
Now I gotta see who that guy's name is. Because Kingpin is the movie.
fucking,
oh, really?
fucking Owen Wilson.
That was Call of Cthulhu. Thanks, Twitch.
It was a fun game while it lasted, chat.
Wow, this
Hey,
is
Randy
a great
Quaid was in
RPG we're playing.
It's good you know something.
I hope no
Okay.
monsters come and kill me or anything. Wow.
Yeah, so if you look at
Wow.
the picture for Kingpin, you'll see the older Owen Wilson between
let me
someone's
look this
legs.
Do you remember when
Kingpin movie.
It's just
Owen
1996.
Wilson was in a
1996.
horror movie with Liam Neeson? What was it
Oh
called?
my god. Oh my god.
It even
It's
got
him!
the fucked up nose.
It's Owen Wilson.
Oh, yeah. No, that's just Randy Quaid,
Wait.
isn't it?
I'm sorry.
Good.
Allow me to correct myself.
I don't know.
It's just Randy Quaid with a wig.
Wow. Wow, that's me. My dad's
Owen
in this
Wilson's
movie.
dad.
Wow.
Oh, wait, no. Hang on. Who? Oh, I wasn't looking at the hand guy. I was looking at Randy Quaid. I thought that's who you were talking about.
Why?
Because of the blonde hair. I thought it was a reasonable jump. Because I was looking at the other guy and I'm like, no, I don't see anything. I don't see it.
I don't know who
Yeah,
Owen
it's
Wilson is.
just
What is
other
this? What?
Crazy.
What?
What?
What is
Yeah, it's
that?
Randy
Oh, I
Quaid,
see.
alright.
Yeah, it's Randy Quaid.
I'm
Randy.
sorry. It just makes me. He just looks like Owen Wilson, like an older father of Owen
Yeah.
Wilson.
Yeah,
Older
so we were
father.
talking about Randy Quaid then. Okay, good.
Yes.
Now I want to look up what Owen Wilson's dad looks like.
Probably looks
Alright.
nothing.
You ever played it?
Owen Wilson's
she's
dad.
doing
Oh,
that,
He doesn't even
um,
look anything like him. Boo.
Has your brother decided what he's playing?
He does not look like Owen Wilson.
Look, this is a person.
A
Did you
real
expect-
person.
Did you expect Owen
No.
Wilson to have appeared
No,
from
it's
the
you-
void one day?
Just
Just
Owen Wilson ejaculates into the primordial
I've
ooze,
just-
and eventually Owen Wilson crawls out.
I was just narrating my thoughts. I just like saw a picture of his brother, and it looked like an actor who I had seen before. And I was like, oh wait, this is like he's a guy who's actually like an actor, but I don't think it actually is an actor. I think it's just a different person who looks like one.
Okay, alright.
Is that free?
I thought
I
he
have
had
a
a brother
question
who was also an
That
actor.
I want to
which would
ask
be
you
funny.
guys later.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
You might as well just ask it now,
Is there a particular is there a particular reason not to ask it now?
unless
I
you
don't
don't
know,
want the
just-
stream to hear.
It seems a bit racy, yeah.
Oh.
How racy is racy?
Hmm.
Uh,
How
I
old
don't know, like NASCAR sprint for the cup?
There's actually a lot of depth.
Okay, that's pretty racy.
I don't get
Thanks.
the reference. I don't
That's
get
the.
it.
I know
What's the
NASCAR
case,
has cars.
There's also free roam.
Slyxo,
That's
do you
the
just
name
live
of-
in like
Was-
a small concrete box 20 feet underground?
I wish that would be the life.
Yeah.
I know NASCAR has cars.
NASCAR.
Tunneled into him.
Rascar. It's just
His only
race
connection
car,
to the
but
world
without-
is like an internet, but it's dial-up and it deletes every other word.
That's my memory, all right. You got the nail on the
Yeah.
fucking head on that
The,
one.
the name of the like, at least the old name for the grand championship in the NASCAR circuit was the Chase for the Cup.
Yeah.
That was,
Did they change
that
it?
was the joke. I don't know. I haven't watched NASCAR in a hot minute.
Okay.
A hot minute's not a long time though.
For a hot minute
A
there,
hot
I
minute is a long
definitely
time.
thought that
Isn't
you
it?
were saying that like there was a
One Hot
NASCAR
Minute was a
thing,
good
which was
Red Hot
really
Chili
racy,
Peppers
and I was
album.
like, wow, what happened in NASCAR that I should know about?
No.
I just
And
I
then it
watch
clicked.
Formula One now. I'm
Do
not
they,
one of
do
those
they actually like
nerds.
broadcast it now?
Well, broadcast is a rather there is ways to watch in the United States, but it requires spending money.
Oh
So
my
instead, I
God.
pirate it. I'll be dead honest. I just pirate it.
So do
You
you think
admitted
God
it.
is circumcised?
Mhm.
That was my question.
Probably not.
I think
Because
if I
he-
heard that
he
question better, I
mandates
might have
it.
done a spit take, but I didn't hear it. I just heard circumcised and just kind of in the void.
Because, I mean, the whole
Just-
circumcision thing as brought by the Jewish people was a covenant with God.
Just out of the
Right.
blue.
And
Oh, I get it.
circumcision was part of that.
But
But,
God,
like, the Greeks hated it. The Greeks were like, you gotta cover that thing up. We can walk around naked, but I mean, you gotta cover that shit up.
Yeah, I reckon there's an Italian.
I feel like this has been a productive prep.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah.
Are we actually going to play, or is it just going to be this for 2
No.
hours?
We're
I'm
stalling for
okay
when
with
Robert
that.
wakes up and makes a character.
Oh boy.
Oh my God.
Okay, also, Bob Shell,
And at night,
yeah, that guy who's been with you during all your vices.
ice cream.
Who?
Yeah, that guy.
The
You
guy?
said you have a friend that goes through you with all your vices?
I have friends?
We have friends.
Yeah.
Okay,
Okay,
this
yeah,
is a
yeah,
thing.
I was just memeing. What about him?
Alright, so yeah, newsflash, he is a very African individual.
Who is?
I'm sorry?
You're not allowed to be 1920s racist.
That's fine.
I don't want
I'm
to.
just confused.
Just phrasing
And
it
if
as...
you
Why?
wanted to be a 1920 racist,
Just
the
featuring
truck
it
stops
as...
now. Get off.
Just phrasing it as... He's a very
Just wait for
African
3 people. Just
individual.
boom.
Wait, what guy that was with me with all my vices? I don't.
You didn't even hear? You didn't hear?
I'm confused. Are you saying that
There's been a guy.
all of us have like a black friend we do heroin with in this game? I'm
What?
confused.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
If that's the case, I can appreciate that. I just
con-
want to understand what's happening.
He is.
Marijuana make more sense though?
Probably.
Based-
That was an actually like significant part of black culture before it was banned for
Yeah.
reasons that didn't at all have to do with racism.
You know
Had
why
to do
Louis
with
Armstrong
administration.
had that
It was-
really raspy voice?
Who had the really raspy voice?
Louis Armstrong.
Yeah, the singer.
He smoked weed every single day of his life since he
Every
was like
day.
15, and even when he was in jail, they snuck that shit in for him.
Well, yeah, because he's Louis Armstrong.
Yeah,
Say no to
Yeah.
Louis Armstrong? Are you seriously going to say no to Louis Armstrong?
Oh, okay.
The man bled like charisma.
It's like fucking...
It's been a
God,
long
it's
time.
like this like kid who's going over to the jail, and his mom is like, "Come on, you gotta stop doing this at some point. You're gonna get caught." It's like, "But Ma, it's Louis Armstrong." How are you supposed to say no to that?
I would do a Louis Armstrong voice, but I feel it's too racist.
I
think it would
feel
be
like none of
racist.
us
I
could
think it would
actually
just
even.
be like bad. But I don't know.
Yeah, I don't think any of us could ever really approximate his voice.
Yeah.
You.
Oh, really?
I won't do it because it will just get racist, but I just
Please,
well,
say-
there
please
you go.
avoid that.
Yeah, that'd be a good thing to avoid. Just
yeah. So
There are children watching.
Yeah. Yeah.
Is
Jason's
Drake a
watching.
child now?
Yeah.
Oh, watching.
He was in chat as of like I don't know, half an hour ago.
oh god, I'm
It's not
sorry,
been half
Drake.
an hour. Wait, has it? No, it hasn't. It's not
Is there
gonna
one-
happen.
Drake, I'm sorry.
The thing is, it just
Sincerely.
says 4 people are watching now, but it doesn't say who, which is really annoying.
I can spec who.
Yeah. Do
My
that thing,
tab
Joji.
So, what was the point of the 1920s racism thing aside from saying we aren't doing that? What that was
Okay.
it?
No. So this guy who he has individually become your acquaintance, and you guys haven't really met each other. And he has given you an invitation to a very prestigious
That would probably work.
hotel that's almost always booked solid,
Oh,
called the Weatherly.
The hotel?
Yes.
Nice.
like the real one?
Is there any games we could do co-op with? Yeah.
So, anyway,
Oh, I'm sorry. That's a fucking.
I'd have
That's
to read
Fallout. My brain got shit.
What?
There's- we
I thought
did
the
we get-
Weatherly Hotel was a real thing. It's a place in Fallout 3.
balance away.
No, that's the
Ted Petty Tower?
Towers.
No, the Weatherly Hotel is it's the bar on the Rivet City on the barge.
Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot about that.
thanks for blowing a hole in that.
I haven't played Fallout 3 in ages.
Oh, you were meaning to allude to that, or are you saying that I've ruined it?
No, I
Because
just,
it
I
still
just, picked,
sounds.
I just picked
No,
a random thing.
No,
from
surprise, we're actually playing a Fallout Cthulhu game, and he didn't want
Oh,
to
God.
penny drop yet.
Oh,
Now,
Yeah,
that
we're
was
just so
something
used
I'd
to
be
the
crazy about the weapon.
apocalypse that we didn't
That'd be-
realize it was
honestly,
happening.
That'd be kind of cool if you just dropped us into the post-apocalypse with like no warning, but didn't tell us.
Yeah,
So
and then he never even mentions anything. He just like at some point, like several sessions in, then he's like, you walk by the old
A crater.
the, yeah, fucking.
As you
Hated
walk
it.
out of old New York, the smoldering ruins await you.
Okay,
Carnage.
maybe not like that, but
Yeah, old New York is Futurama. Get your stuff straight, Sly.
it's true.
Oh,
Yeah,
Someday.
You should know that. You should be
So-
watching things.
Backsassin the Keeper.
I know.
Yes,
I'm
women
gonna.
keepers.
I'm gonna get eaten by a squid now.
Honestly, I'm kind of surprised there hasn't been an
Seriously.
official tabletop Fallout game.
There was an
There
attempt.
has.
There
There
was
was
an
an attempt.
attempt, but
An attempt was
it
made.
never really made it.
As I recall, J.E. Sawyer did a lot of work to get one together.
God,
Yeah, he
Sawyer.
did.
But it
Well,
died
because
in
he's
production.
J.E. Sawyer. When
Yeah,
doesn't he
of
do a lot
course.
of work?
All right. So this man's name, by the way, who has been your recent friend through your dive into your vices, his
Okay.
name is Mr. Niles. And when he
Okay.
says his name, when you go to write it, he makes very clear to say that it's not like the river.
But there's no
No.
S in the River Nile.
Well,
Mhm.
yeah,
He
but
wants
like
you to know.
you don't spell it like that.
So is there like a Y? Is there a silent
It's
J?
not
How are
spelled
we
like
spelling this?
It's definitely
Maybe
not
he-
spelled like this.
Maybe he assumes that. Oh, like with the
Niles.
Y.
Giles.
No, it's Nordic. Niles.
Niles.
Giles.
He's- So just to recap,
Yes.
as you described him, very
Very
African gentleman
African.
A very African
Who-
individual, yes.
who gambles, participates in prostitution, does heroin, and whatever the third vice from Joji is with all of us, has invited us
Indeed.
to a prestigious hotel, and he has a Nordic last name.
Yeah, his last
Is
name
this
is
man the
Niles.
eldritch
with
monster that we're
with a J
investigating?
mark. Oh my god. He's an
It's
interesting
written like
character, okay?
that.
I have a bad feeling about this, but
Also,
I'll keep
like-
that player side rather than character side.
Oh wait, his name is not Nordic. It's spelled like nihilism. Oh man.
It's like nihilist, but with
Yeah, it's like nihilism.
yeah,
It's like nihilist.
because
It's like Rick and
there's there's
Okay.
bad juju going on here.
So basically, I don't know.
I
it
have
feel-
an idea where this is going.
It feels like Dom didn't actually hear about how this character was implemented when this one shot was first designed. Basically, like he doesn't necessarily do the vice with you. It's just whenever you are engaging in your vice, he is there. Like he
Oh.
is somewhere. So, like, if your
He's-
vice was, like, you know, dealing drugs or something, maybe you'll go in a drug deal and then you'll, like, look up and he's, like, across the street or something.
I got you.
so
And he's
he's
also
not.
your friend.
So he's not.
Okay.
He's not. Us where to
I
go.
think that's how it
He's
was.
always popping up whenever we're doing the vice.
Sly
That
is free
makes-
to change
Yeah,
things.
something
But that's,
like
makes a lot
that's how
more
he
sense.
told
He's
me
just the
about
Shadow
it.
Man?
I mean, it
Mr.
does
Shadow
ruin
Man.
my joke.
Are you calling him that because he's black?
Yes.
No,
yes, that
because
is exactly why I'm calling him.
no,
I'm calling him that because he's a very African individual. Okay.
no,
Yes.
like
God, why
like
did
Dom. You
use
know what I'm talking
those
about when I
terms
say
to
Shadow Man,
call
right?
him?
Yeah, he's like the
Save his bacon.
one of those real Underfoot figures who's always in the corners
like-
watching.
Yeah, that's true.
No,
No, from remember
from what?
you remember Black Ops 3, the map that came with the base game?
No, because I didn't play
I
Black
have not
Ops.
played
3.
Black Ops 3.
Okay, so there was a character called the Shadow Man that was like always
He-
involved when it's hard to explain, but basically he
The
was a shadowy
broker.
figure who basically to do these awful things so that they would be
Need for
because
You're cutting out a little bit, but I think I understand the core concept of what you're talking about now.
yeah, and I'm getting that vibe pretty strongly. Just somebody who's setting us up to fall for one reason or another.
Right. Like
Who knows?
an sort of
Only
an
a Call of
omniscient,
Cthulhu game.
omnipresent individual.
Malevolent individual indeed.
Hey, 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 hey.
I mean, we don't know that. Our
Judging by the
characters don't
content
know
of
that.
his character.
So he's invited us to the Weatherly Hotel.
Yes.
Yes.
So as you individually get there, you arrive at well, let's so the season is bit of spring, and there's a lot of people out on the walkways.
Yeah, but you'd have to download it.
Yeah.
There's a lot of people on the walkways. There are a lot of cars. There's still some horse pulled carriages. And you see that some of the events taking on are people stalking like those swing door sellers on the side of the street, things like that.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So how would you all be coming to the Weatherly? Would you be walking? Would you have taken a ride? Would you have taken public transit?
Oh, I would take a leisurely stroll.
I would not be caught dead on public transit, so I'll just walk because I can't afford a car.
That can be arranged, by the way.
Hmm.
What, like a limousine ride?
Yeah.
No, they're
Limousine.
cabs. Oh, you want to be in a limousine? All right, all
I
right.
can come in I can come in a cab. Yeah, that seems appropriate.
Okay.
Cabs are
How about
new and exciting.
yeah,
Not really. Not at all.
yeah? The just shock and suspension of those things would have been hell.
Okay,
The
sorry, I'm right
automobile
back.
was just invented.
I'm back. Wait, no, hang on.
Hasn't
It's
just
been
been.
invented for a while.
It was
Yeah.
a joke. It was a
So
joke.
how do you get there, Farflung?
Ooh, that's a good question. I mean, I've got
Takes a
average.
Last night you're Napoleon.
Either I took, yeah, I could either take a taxi, a streetcar, or I could just walk. Hey, you know what? It's spring. It's not like a big
I'm
season.
already there.
I'll walk.
I was thinking the same thing.
All right.
You know,
As
I don't
you're-
think springtime's a good time for nightclubs compared to like I don't
It's a
know.
nightclub? I thought it was a hotel.
No,
It is a
I mean I work at a nightclub as a singer.
Oh, okay. I see.
And
That's fine.
Maybe it's just a bias or a preconception, but I always figured that was more of like a autumn thing for some reason.
It's a cozy thing.
Yeah, I don't know.
It could be any time, but like I could see it being a winter thing when everybody's depressed and they want to go and listen to the pretty lady sing her song.
Yep.
So Amanda and Johnson, as you're walking towards the Weatherly, you hear a lot of radios playing the same thing, and
Okay.
there seems to be a prize match that people are huddling around radios listening to.
All right.
Oh,
Do
like
we-
10 minutes, okay.
Pick up who's fighting, and if I have to make a listen roll, I will.
Yeah, sure. If you want to roll.
That's a hard result. What is that? What?
It's
What
a
does that
hard
mean?
success.
It means that you've succeeded difficultly.
What does that mean?
It means
You
that if it was a
succeeded
hard
in the
check,
best
then
way.
you would have succeeded.
Oh, so a hard success is the best success.
No. Like, the
No?
difficulties are normal, hard, and impossible, or something like that.
Oh, I
And
thought
so-
it was normal, intermediate, and hard.
Well, I mean, he
could be
didn't
wrong.
succeed on hard, because hard would be 10, and he'd roll a 24.
I rolled a 24, and that's below my listening value, so that's success then, right?
Yes.
Yes.
If it was a
Yes.
hard check, then it would be against half of your listen value, which is 25, but you rolled a 24, so you would have succeeded that as well, so you got a hard success.
Okay, but not an impossible, which was a 10.
Yes.
Okay,
I don't
I
know
think
if it's
I
called
get-
impossible. I'll check.
Nice.
It's definitely
know, man.
something.
I don't even work here. I work down the street.
All right. So, as you're listening, you catch the names of. I got some. All right. You catch the names of the champion who is known as Tony the Tornado Onori.
How do you spell that?
Onori
That'd be great.
is just Anori.
Be good to see the guys again.
Ouch.
Unfortunately, there is no actually. I can quickly Google name Tony Onori, so I couldn't try to date exactly when this was happening.
I know. No. All right.
Why do you do this to me?
And the up and comer is someone called Jeremy the Bull Montaigne.
Okay.
His last name's Mountain. Whoa.
His middle name is The Bull.
So you switch already.
No, his middle name's The.
And his last two names are Bull Montaigne with a hyphen between them.
As you're listening, the match hasn't officially started yet, and the announcers are talking about how the champion, the heavyweight champion Tony Onori, has pretty much the win, and Jeremy Montaigne has to fight quite the uphill battle, and he's blown through all the challengers up to this point, but at this point he seems completely out of his league.
Well,
And
yeah,
it's expecting he's just going to just get creamed.
So,
I don't imagine that bulls would do terribly well against tornadoes in any context. So yeah, not terribly surprised by this.
All right.
Also, I don't think my character follows boxing at all. So,
Oh, I thought you were a gambler.
I mean that's
I thought
true.
you were a
Maybe I
boxer.
am. What? I mean, we all have hobbies.
Mine's
Punching
heroin.
people in the face.
Mine's heroin.
Oh my god.
Oh, God.
See, if this was like 19th century London, nobody would have batted an eye. But no.
Hey, you can still get codeine, kids meds with codeine in them in 1918.
Coleman.
Yeah.
Yep. And they still sell marijuana that is like smokable for the whole family, or at least billed as good for the whole family.
Was
Smokable for the whole family.
cocaine still in Coca-Cola at this point, or did Coca-Cola not exist yet?
I think Coca-Cola was.
Let's
what
look it up.
was. Yeah.
Coca-Cola.
Yeah, like the
Introduced
nuclear
in
think that was-
1886, so yes.
Wow. Okay, cool.
It wasn't even the first soda either.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
He was like one of the operators. Or
Yeah. So,
yeah, I was kind of surprised by that.
as you're walking down, you hear that, and I assume as you're taking the longer time that Pauline would have arrived much more prompt on time. Sounds about right.
Who is Polly?
Joji's character.
Oh, I thought she was Amanda.
Pauline Walker.
Amanda must be.
All right. So as you're coming out of the cab, do you have any bags, or are you just coming to meet Mr. Niles because he asked to see you, or
I think more interesting,
like,
he's majoring in both music and
I mean,
chemistry.
do you bring like a whole bunch of cosmetics with you?
He
Like,
really
what's
loves
your
it.
deal?
He's a really good guitar player, actually.
Yeah, I would bring some cosmetics, I suppose,
Yeah,
if that's what we're calling
I
it.
think he said something like this. He wants to be.
Can you,
Alright, that's
can you
loud.
switch to potion
I'm
talk,
very
please? It's very
sorry,
distracting.
Did
not
your
hearing any
brother?
music.
Did he say he knows someone who's majoring in music and chemistry?
Yes, he did.
He's a
What a
musical
worthless
chemist.
double major.
Next semester, he's taking like
I don't
2
know.
credits.
Okay. So do you want to explain what you're wearing, Pauline, as you exit the
Alright.
cab?
He said
I
like,
am-
yes, they will, because most of those.
Please!
Steven, reduce the volume. Bitteschön.
Well, also, you could just switch to push to talk. Where is my...
I could, but this is funnier.
Yeah, but it's also making it impossible for me to think. Okay.
TV.
Where is
It was
my
your fault to talk so loud.
stuff? Bloop, bloop, bloop. Here we go. My current outfit
Yeah, I'll switch it over to push the talk.
is a velour coat with fur trim, a silk taffeta frock, a silk handbag, a wristwatch, and spike-heeled Parisian shoes.
God damn.
That's just the closest thing I can
Ooh.
find in the list of equipment, because I did this like 15 minutes ago. Not 15 minutes ago. This was like 15 minutes before the session started, which was an hour and a half ago. But,
Yeah.
you know,
So
you know.
you definitely do not look underdressed, as you notice that there are people coming in and out, and even the doormen seem to be in very nice and expensive,
Nice.
tailored. So as you walk in, you don't really see anyone that you know. So the way it's laid out, there is a receptionist to the left, and it opens out into this massive, sprawling kind of atrium, I guess you would call it. It's kind of open air, and there's multiple floors, and each floor kind of has a sizable walkway, but they're like the big middle is open. They have a water feature and some birds flying around. And as you walk in, and the light is coming in at about 5:30, but the light is, it's mid-spring, so it's still kind of bright. The light bulbs are actually like covered, which is really rare. Usually you just see a bare light bulb around these times, but they have ornamental cages like lanterns. And as you're walking in to the right, there is the bar. As you're going in, as you go into the main room, you notice that the floor is a nice marble tiling. And as you walk, your steps echo because it's so open.
Wow.
And there are people, coming and going. Some of them seem to be a little more bereft, and some of them seem to be, quite rich and are wearing it quite well. And as you walk in, the receptionist kind of looks you over, but he assumes that you will go over there in time if so need be.
Great. So I was just told to like meet him here, but is he here
Mhm.
yet?
You
not-
don't
He
particularly
doesn't look
see
like he's
him.
here yet, rather.
Yeah.
Wow. I guess we'll get comfortable and await his arrival.
All right. You do notice that there are really nice, seating arrangements and like fancy fainting couches and leather sitting chairs. There are a few books that are just for anyone to read, basically, and a few magazines and a stack of newspapers.
Great. I'll read the news.
All right. So as you're sitting there reading, I would say that some time elapses as Amanda and Johnson enter.
Together or separately?
Well, you get there in your own times, but
Arm in arm.
yeah, you guys don't like know each other.
It's like a musical number.
Well,
Yeah, you see some, greased up gangsters start snapping their fingers.
Oh no.
Oh no, we're
It's
West
that
Side
kind of
Story.
musical.
Bail out.
Oh man. Yeah, so as you come in, you see the same thing. You see the marble, the marble tiled floor and the massive glass doors and the doormen. And I assume that you guys won't be as nicely dressed as Pauline would be.
Oh no.
excuse me. I am wearing my nicest hand-me-down suit. I'm something kind of secondhand. It
Oh
looks
my
nice
God.
enough, but if you look closely, you can just tell that it's not, my original.
That it's not.
Tailored for
With
your
some kind of,
specific.
the dark black boots on. Johnson does not go anywhere without being prepared to trek through anything.
And are the boots like over or under your pant leg?
Oh, under the pant leg.
Okay, I'm wondering like how prominent you want these boots to look.
No,
Okay,
no,
they're
they're
under.
There is his prized possession.
they're low key. I figure if I need to wade through anything, then I can
Low-key.
tuck the
Wrong chaos god.
Um.
I ever never wait.
Sorry. Go ahead.
It's fun. I was making jokes.
Yeah.
Oh, I was just going to say that Amanda's wearing relatively drab and average clothing. Like a brown coat. Kind of regular looking boots. All the nice and fancy stuff that she wears on the stage is not hers, but owned by the.
All right, so they're stage
That's right.
costumes more than their actual attire.
Yeah, I mean she's doing all right. She can make day to day, make the rent payments, but she's not like lap of luck.
And she's doing it alone.
Yep.
Wow.
Wow.
All right. So as I would say as Johnson walks in, he doesn't get many looks, but as you walk in, Amanda, the receptionist kind of eyes you intently,
That's concerning.
Is it?
and as you
I
just
mean,
kind
it's a
of
little.
Welcome
walking.
to life as a woman in the 20s.
Yeah, being eyed intently. That's not fun.
And as you walk into the room, he comes up to you and just kind of like puts a hand on your shoulder, probably a little
Okay.
too much, and says, I think you have
I have what?
the wrong build.
I think that would be for me to know.
Oh. Hmm?
Just very carefully push the hand off.
Yeah, imagine you're kind of like picking it up and just kind of like removing it from yourself. Almost like a snake.
Yes.
Okay. So as you do this, he recoils his hand back and he stands with his hands behind his back and says, so you don't are you here to see anyone? You don't seem to be the kind of patron who would stay here.
I'm here to see a friend, Mr. Niles?
Oh, yes.
Niels.
And you see him go back to the table, and he's going through some paperwork. And he looks up and says, Mr. Niles is here. He has checked in, but I guess that's up to his discretion if he wants to see you.
Well, let him know I'm here.
Mm-hmm. And he stands behind the counter.
I'll approach the counter.
Yes, sir. How may I help you?
I'm looking for a gentleman,
Mm-hmm.
sort of a shadowy type of figure. He doesn't talk much. I think his name was Nye.
Mr. Niles, yes, he has checked in, and, if he come, and you see him just kind of, like, look a little puzzled. What that?
I'm sorry.
Oh.
I've studied a great many languages. I didn't know I wasn't speaking English.
Oh, am I offending you, sir?
To some degree, a bit, yeah.
Well, I am terribly sorry that you are offended.
Wow, what a sideways apology.
Seems pretty smug.
Did they
Right.
hire this door greeter just to be a dick?
Yes.
Oh, he's not a door greeter.
He's
He's
a receptionist.
Okay, so they just picked like the worst possible person.
Well, should you decide to get off your ass and do your job, I will be sitting over.
Oh, well,
Please
I
don't mind.
never. And you see him like give you like a dirty eye, and then he starts writing down some things on the piece of paper that he took out when you specifically asked for Mr. Niles, and he put the paper back.
Oh, I'm gonna go sit in the whatever the waiting area, sort of lobby type. Have
Yeah.
myself a seat. Maybe read a magazine.
All
Yeah,
right.
actually, are there any good magazines to read?
There's a socialist magazine.
Socialist as in like socialite, or socialist as in da tavarishi?
The second kind.
Shoot. I'll pick that up.
All right.
Like, there's something to glean from it at least.
Wait, isn't this like right in the middle of the first Red Scare?
It's at the cusp of it.
Oh, okay.
first
So things are
socialist-
about to get bad.
Yeah, but there actually was a historical socialist paper that was written about this time that was canned later on, of course. But
No kidding.
yeah, so it's talking about workers' rights. It's talking about unions. And it's talking about how to best work these in the legality of situations, such as claiming that you have the Spanish flu to get out of work, to strike.
I see.
Yes.
I guess
Right.
I'll read this over and kind of say, that seems problematic.
So do I
This will
see
come
these
back in a
folks?
couple
Somebody's
of
gonna
hours.
die.
Do I see these folks in the lobby?
Yeah, you
What do they look like?
are in the same sitting area.
What does
You
Mr. Johnson look like? Wait, no, his name is Johnson. What does Mr. Longest look like?
Let's see. What can you roll to see someone?
Well, I mean, I'm not like trying to get a really good look at him. I just want to know like who just sat down in the lobby. I was told that he had boots, so I was like, is he like a working man? Is he just a dude who's wearing boots? Is he a military guy? What's this guy's deal?
He seems to be wearing a nice suit, but the more you eye it, the more you eye imperfections. The more you see that this is a knockoff suit that was perhaps made from, a really established brand, but this was simply too low of their quality, and they sold this with a bunch of others in mass stock.
Okay.
Feels bad, man.
Feels very bad, man.
Yeah, and you notice that Amanda seems to look quite I guess humdrum would be a good way to describe it.
Clothing wise, yeah. I think the nicest part about her would be her hair, given that that's not something that you can easily just, change. So it's kind of like that. It's like that Great Gatsby kind of hairstyle, that really relatively nice, common hairstyle that you would see in movie stars at the time. But that's like the nicest thing.
So like bobs or curls or high or pixie cut, like
As much as I like the pixie cut, I'm not seeing that. Let me hang on.
like that classic flapper girl with the short cut.
There was a picture I was looking at that looks more or less. Hang on.
Oh, I thought we were talking about like the. Never mind. I don't know. My brain is going to like some kind of a tight knit bun with some sort of a hair
Let's see.
accessory.
Does that actually take you to the right?
It's a
Shit, that just takes you.
redirect
That does
after
not.
a redirect.
Yeah, yeah. It's not
Lewis
actually
Brooks?
sent. How do I send the image itself?
You can copy it and then post it in Discord if you want.
Yeah, we'll just do Discord.
All right, that's a
An
lot of
attempt
hair.
was made. An attempt was made.
I like that. All right. Hair.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
All right, a little bit wavy, a little short.
I don't think there were terribly many long hairstyles in the 1920s.
They're usually worn up.
Claudette Colbert.
All right, so those are the people that you see.
Great.
Colleen, do you have any interest at all of to them?
Not for now, no. I'm just waiting for my accomplice. Accomplice is not the right
Alright.
word.
Host?
So, as you guys are sitting there for at least a good 10 minutes, you see a tall figure in the crowd and he's moving towards you. You know that this is Mr. Niles, that he wears a very wide-brimmed hat. He wears a very nice suit whenever he can, unless he's in a bad neighborhood, then he wears whatever fits in the most.
Okay.
You see that he has a pocket watch chain, that he has the clear markings of a flask in his pocket, that he's wearing a vest along with a black long sleeve shirt.
Sounds pretty neat, actually. What kind of hat though? You said wide brimmed, like a like I don't know, fedora, or more of a
I want to kind of say like a wide rim Stetson,
okay, so a bit more in the cowboy region.
like to more cover his face.
But like a suede material, I imagine.
Oh, it's probably made out of a
Okay.
quite expensive material.
Like
Made
a sort
out
of
of
a
alligator
Garth Brooks
leather.
kind of hat, and not a Kenny Chesney kind of a hat.
No. It's definitely a quite unique hat. And you do notice it's a little odd for him to be wearing it inside, but you know his mannerisms are indeed quite odd. And the clothing he is wearing is black. The only thing you can tell that isn't black is underneath his suit jacket, his vest has red accents.
Okay.
Red? Did you say?
Red.
Okay.
Yeah, red.
You turned into a robot for one word and it was the word red.
Ah.
It's fun. Alright, well, as soon as I see Mr. Niles getting up, or coming in, then I'll get up and sort of like
Oh,
hold
man.
out my arms in like a, I don't know, not like inviting a hug, but you know how like people, when they see somebody, they'll like
Yeah.
outstretch their arms.
Yeah.
Now,
I understand.
see, it's
You're
been
being,
so
like,
long.
theatrical.
It's good to see you. And I'll walk over to him.
Oh, my dear Pauline, he says as he reaches out an arm.
I'll give it my handshake.
And he kind of pulls you in and gives you a bit of like a quick little hug and then let's go.
Nice.
Yeah. So,
He sounds a bit like Dracula.
My beautiful Pauline. Oh my god. No,
oh no.
not really. He's not fucking Dracula. No.
Are you sure?
Please no.
Oh no, they found the star vampire already.
Oh my god.
Okay, so he seems quite affable at the moment, and he looks over to you, Amanda, and to you, Johnson, and he kind of holds out his other arm and says, "It's nice for you to be here. I'm very happy that you came."
It's good to see you too.
Who are these folks?
Oh, my dear Pauline, I have quite the many acquaintances, and I must bid you adieu. One of my acquaintances has showed up and has offered me tickets to see Faust.
Oh, well, thank you for the invite, Mr. Niles.
Again, I am sorry. Things come up, and the worst part is I have a feeling he will not be joining me tonight.
Is this like the you don't pay with money thing? I mean, does he
Maybe?
say it like that? Does he put emphasis there, or does he just casually slide that in?
What did you ask?
I
don't know.
even know.
It said this isn't like the oh you don't pay with money kind of a deal, you know, like like the creepy trinket store. Never mind. Never. Is he
No, I
saying
get it. I get it.
I get
get
it
what
too.
you're saying.
sinister is
Just
what I'm
trying to-
asking. Does he add like an inflection to the end, or does he just casually say it?
It's as I said it, which I don't remember, so you can take it however you want.
All right, I decide to be unthreatened by it. It works.
Okay.
Ignorance is bliss.
Great.
And he claps his hands together and says, "Well, great. I will offer you the suite that I'm staying in. It is, I will not be too long, of course. I will come back tonight and we will discuss things that need to be discussed," he says, kind of with his fingers being pointed. And when he says discuss things that need to be discussed, he kind of like specifically taps the tips of his fingers together.
I look forward to it.
Well, if you'll bid me adieu, I have Faust.
Give him a, I don't know, the courtesy thing, whatever you would do at this time period to say goodbye. It's not really a bow, but I don't know.
All right. So you see that he's kind of quick to leave. And do you guys stay there? You guys talk? You guys go up to his suite that he's offered you to stay in his absence?
I mean, we can talk. We'll walk into the suite.
True.
Yes, we can.
Shall we take advantage of our host's offer?
I don't see why not.
All right. So go ahead.
Do we need to ask the receptionist or someone?
Do we have?
Do we have
Because
keys?
Oh yeah, he's giving you a key. I forgot that.
Okay, great.
Oh, okay.
We have keys.
All right. And as you kind of hold up the keys, the receptionist kind of glares at you three, and then goes back to looking down, and reading a
Beautiful.
paper, waiting for people to come. All right.
All right. So I imagine we begin our quest up the steps.
Yeah. So it's a very open atrium kind of hotel, and the suites are on pretty much the highest level. So you got a bit of a walk.
So how did you ladies meet Mr. Niles?
How did I meet Mr. Niles? Fuck. I don't know. He's just there.
Hey, that's a good thing. That's in canon.
Literally.
Weatherby. All right. So yeah, I mean, you are perfectly fine to have very little knowledge of how he came into your life.
Just one day he was there.
It's just
Yeah.
just sort of always been there.
It's creepy.
I can't recall really. ever since I came into the city, I guess.
That's quite an accent you got there.
Oh, I'm from Nashville.
Nashville.
Nashville, Tennessee. Ain't you ever learned geography?
Oh, I've learned a geography of sorts.
Of sorts.
Of sorts. Been around that area once or twice. Lots of interesting things down there, you know.
Oh, quiet.
The natives used to use that land. Of course, they don't really anymore.
Well, I suppose we'll make our way to our thing. Penthouse, whatever. It's not probably not a penthouse. A suite.
All right. So as you come up to the room, you try the key, and it does work as per the numbers that are on it.
Great.
And as you open it up, there's this very large room that opens up, and you notice, firstly, there are strange relics of olden times that are just in there, as if he surrounds himself with museum pieces.
Ooh.
I want to look.
All right.
Is there anything that catches our individual eyes?
All right, you wanna? Nah, I'll just run through. All right, so there are these tall totems that are carved and etched in very normal tribal kind of markings. There's the eagle, the bear, the bird.
So Native American totem poles?
They seem more tribal, like Papua New Guinea-esque.
Oh, okay. So island.
Yes. So as you're looking, you see these totems that are quite tall, and they're not specifically placed straight up. They're more leaning against the wall, and they are quite massive. And as you're looking through the room, you see pottery that, I mean, you probably assume that the pottery that you're seeing is replicas because it looks like stuff that belongs in a museum and is in fairly good shape. There's Greek writings and imaging on at least two of them, and the rest have different kinds of writings.
Neat.
Yeah.
Neat.
And as you come into this room, you notice that on a writing table that is next to a window, there's a couple books just kind of laying about.
I see. Anything else?
So you do notice that this room is very well furnished. It is a very nice suite. That there are 4 different rooms adjoining the main room. One of them being a bathroom, 2 of them being bedrooms, and the third being an auxiliary kitchen.
Nice.
So would anyone like to roll some kind of investigation in the room or anything like that?
I would like to take a look at those there pots.
Oh yeah?
I mean the potter. Hold on. Sorry, there's a pen kept in my mouth. The pottery. I'd like to look at the pottery closer, specifically to see if there's anything I recognize. Maybe a history check.
Yeah.
You know, sort of see what I can discern from what exactly, from the histories of the cultures I see on the potteries. Is there a theme?
Yeah, you notice with 2 Greek ones, there seems to be a theme of the Mithras mythos, which is the story of the god born of the rock who slayed the bull.
Well, that's That's interesting.
Yeah, and the two have two different stories where one, he's simply castrating the bull, and the other is he is a child covered in the blood of a dead bull.
Huh.
Just to be clear, the rock,
A rock.
a rock. That's
It's not Dwayne
okay.
Johnson.
That's nice. I like that. I see.
Okay. And
Oh,
as
that's
you go on
interesting.
to the two others, you see a writing that is very familiar to you.
A writing?
Yes. Johnson. The other two pots are written in Coptic and have completely different stories.
Ooh.
Yeah. Would
Should-
you roll for anything like that?
I would love to. Do I hit the green one or the gray one? What's the difference?
You
Good
hit the one on
question.
the right.
Ah,
Okay, hit the green one.
I'm using a different theme, so it doesn't actually show up as like fumble.
not an excellent result for me.
All right. So as you're looking at it, you do notice that the writing is in Coptic. That it's an older form of Coptic. It uses a couple more Egyptian hieroglyphs than you're used to, and it throws you off when you're trying to transcribe it. And but you do notice that there's figures of like kings that are worshiping a higher king.
Huh.
I see.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Does anyone else want to go ahead and fumble around?
Well, you said.
I
you
mean-
said, like that's interesting while looking at something. So I was gonna come over and ask. Well, what's this?
Well, I'm not exactly sure, but I can definitely tell this is some kind of Egyptian writing. As for what exactly it says, it's a bit complex for my taste.
Oh, are you some sort of archaeologist?
That's a kind word for it. I'm a bit of a trailblazer, honestly. It's just sort of fancy the knowledge of the ancients, if you will.
Well, what is it?
Well, I'm not exactly sure. It could be any number of things. It could be a replica of some sort of storage vessel, or Christ knows they could have put organs in it. It's all a mystery to me at this point. Your guess is somewhat good as mine, somewhat as good as mine. Perhaps not as good as mine. Thank you.
Nice 1918 man.
Good.
Have you ever been to Egypt? I hear that's where a lot of archaeologists go.
I've managed to fund a trip or two. Made some friends, I suppose you could call them. Not real talkative folks, though. That they do not like to talk about things that do not concern the job.
Well, that's exciting. Someday I'd like to go to Egypt.
It's a beautiful place, very hot, and frankly, it's a bit of work to get there now. But it's worth it, I suppose.
Yes, very beautiful.
A bit of work?
You know, the whole cost of sailing the sea. It doesn't exactly do wonders for your wallet. That's not to say that I do not live in a home. However, I'm sure if I had chosen literally any different career path, I would be much better off. But I can read these pots.
Well, maybe if someday Zeppelin prices go down, I might be able to. Perhaps I could also learn Hilo, whatever the word you just. The writing.
Yes, with some time devoted, it's really not too difficult. Honestly, it's easier than Greek, which I realize is not actually true. I'll just assume that Johnson has some kind of a better understanding of Coptic than he does Greek for whatever reason.
That's fine.
Yeah, Greek
Maybe.
is quite difficult. Could never get the hang of it in school.
Say, what do you all think of these? Does anything spring out at you? Any thoughts?
I guess I'll take a look at one.
One of the
Would-
pots.
Would it be to know about this?
Anthropology would work. Archaeology would work.
Great.
History would work.
History. History. Let me see. Alright, that's a 5%. Let's do it. Shit. What's this look like to me?
Oh, look,
I'm
that
sorry.
there symbol's a cat.
What is the, what is in this pot? Well, not what is in this pot. What is this pot? Is.
Okay.
What the pot? What pot? What's this?
So as you're looking at the pot, you notice that there are figures that are doing things. It's almost like on the bottom half, there seems to be like a little story being told as you spun it. And I guess you would assume that the writing on top kind of coils around to follow the same pattern. And the one pot you specifically picked up has the image of a figure looming down over people who are kneeling to worship. And you see that there are figures that you would clearly know the dress and iconography of them as the raiments that the pharaohs would wear.
Great.
Raymond's.
Oh, well, this one looks like it's telling a story about worship. The god's looking down, and then all the pharaohs are, you know, doing their pharaoh things. And the god looks rather displeased.
I wonder what exactly he has these in here for. I do recognize that one over there about the gods with the rock and the. However, this none of this really makes sense. None of it ties together. They don't look particularly decorative. They do not complement the room at all. At least in my limited understanding of interior design. Perhaps one of you ladies may be more suited to that.
Well, now Z always was the mysterious type. Maybe he's just getting into, you know, a bit of archaeology. It's a nice pastime, perhaps. I wouldn't know. I'm not one myself, but
I suppose so.
seems
Although
like something for someone like him.
I do have to say these are very magnificent pieces. I've studied some myself, nothing like this, and I certainly did not take them places with me. These must be incredibly expensive if they are even replicas. That must take a great amount of time from a skilled craftsman, and he simply carries them with him on his travels. Furthermore, he lives in a hotel. I have so many questions about this man I never bothered to ask myself before.
Yeah, it is. This I haven't seen anything quite as good as these since my last trip there. Yeah, I wonder where he got them.
You say your last trip there, you've been to Egypt before.
Oh, plenty of times.
Huh. I never
Haven't
would
been
have
there
pegged
in
you for a
few years,
traveler.
but you know, I get around.
I wish I knew some like niche sightseeing thing in Egypt so that I could have him say, "And what did
Pyramids?
you think of
The Valley of
the
the
Lesser
The
Pyramid of
pyramid,
Giza?"
the Sphinx.
You know, one of those asshole I know more than you kind of thing. For some reason,
I
You
mean,
I
just
really
wanna
want to
be an
lead into
asshole.
this.
Oh man, what was that temple city that was further south down the Nile?
Hmm.
I only really know
Yeah.
the Osiris cult and
Yeah,
stuff up to that point.
the temple city to the south.
No, there an old capital of the Egyptian Empire.
Oh, yeah.
I used to know this name.
Yeah, Cairo.
Yeah, not Cairo, not Cairo. Man, it was a big one.
Tibet.
I think it's where the. No, that's definitely wrong.
Memphis.
Was it dedicated
Yes,
to
Memphis. Memphis, that's it.
Ra? Okay.
Tibet.
Yeah, I'm not sure where you were going with that one.
Just throwing out names.
To quote a meme, that ain't it, Chief.
Nice. And what about you, Miss? You haven't said anything since we've come up.
Who?
You.
But I've said some things.
Everybody
Have
looks,
you?
stares at you. Yeah, he has said some things, but
Oh,
just
I
not
missed them.
like directed directly towards you or anything. So it's understandable
That's
why
it.
why you wouldn't notice him talking to you because he wasn't talking about you.
Johnson
I
is
was
As
talking
most
to-
women
you know.
tend to do.
Was talking to
Absolutely.
the archaeologist.
Oh well, there you go.
All right.
So I've completely missed the explanation.
Broke up a little bit there for me. Oh, did it? Oh, it's not
It's
just
the
me.
breakup session.
Oh,
Oh no.
It's time to go.
Just jump out the window.
Just
Well.
sure.
Cthulhu falls, party's dead.
Cthulhu falls on the building
He ascends upon the building.
like a cannonball.
Deep space cannonball.
God. Okay, what are we? What's going on?
He missed New York Bay by like 10 feet.
So as you guys are looking about the fodder and talking, you do notice that there are more books on the table. But before you can get into going on with anything like that, you hear an ear-spreading scream, and you hear someone running down the hallway.
Oh
Sounds
heavens!
like they came from about 3 or 4 doors down.
I'm gonna
Should
Do
we
my-
follow up on that?
do my ladylike run over to the door and open it.
I'm gonna go for the phone
You know, 'cause
if
I'm
there
wearing
is one in the
heels.
part.
All right, I'll say there's a phone in there.
Okay, so I don't know. I don't think 911 was a thing in the 1920s, so I think I'd have to personally call the police.
You would have to call the Rotary Center.
Okay, so let's call the Rotary Center then.
911 wasn't invented until 2001.
What? Until when?
2001. Sorry, it was just a bad
No
joke.
way.
It was just a bad. It was just a bad 9/11 joke.
Oh,
Oh.
It's just a coincidence.
it didn't click.
Yeah, that's true.
All right.
The joke didn't click.
Don't worry. Don't need to.
It's 1967. Actually, 1968. If you're
Yeah.
curious, for some reason, I don't understand why one. But if it was on your,
So you pick up the phone and you hear, "One moment, sir."
Sir?
You didn't say anything.
Oh, yes. Okay, right.
And you're on the phone as Pauline's running out the door. Or is she holding the door open?
Hodor.
I don't get that.
did you say Hodor?
Yeah, I did. Moving on.
Moving on.
Okay. So as you're on the phone, do the rest of the party go towards the sound of screaming?
Yes, I will follow Pauline. I'm curious.
All right. So you're gonna be there on the phone for a bit, Amanda.
Oh boy.
All right. So as you get down to the hallway, there seems to be a crowd gathered around. It's very easy to tell which door that the incident came from. And as you get closer, you notice that two people literally have fainted into, like, falling back into the crowd. And as you get closer, I assume you'd have to push your way through or talk to them and try to get information. But you see that the door is slightly open, but not from the angle that you can see what's inside.
Ah, that's a shame. I'd like to attempt to leverage my way through the crowd to see if I can get a peek through the door.
All right. Give me a size roll.
Oh boy. How big is Johnson? Just barely failed.
As you're going to the crowd, you notice that people are acting hysterical, and it's really hard for you to try to push your way through, or just try to squeeze your way sideways through the crowd. If you would force them out of the way, you could definitely get there, though.
If I could, huh?
Yeah, you could force them out of the way, and just wouldn't be as neat and tidy.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll fuck it. I'll give it a go. Strength.
Sure.
What's the dominating thing here?
Wait,
Well,
you're just shooting something? What?
No, I was to make this go along. It's like fail with if it keeps on going on. So
Oh, okay, so just another size check.
yeah, so like you. All right. So this time you feel like a lot more confident, and you kind of push your way through, and some of the people are dragging away the fainted people. And as you open the door, all right. So as you open the door, you see a horrific figure, and I'm gonna need you to roll me a POW. You see a man hanging by his neck. It looks like he's wiggling and struggling and scratching at the rope and his neck, dragging his nails deep into his skin.
Okay.
Hello, sorry, I had to go and get food because my mom yelled at me.
Someone is hanging.
Hello.
Yep.
Someone's hanging? What?
Yeah.
It looks non-consensual.
So,
I would
just
say,
go
is there
over the
such a
past,
thing as a
like,
consensual
5 minutes or
hanging?
something?
Then yeah, there's plenty.
I
Now,
left
is-
with Farflung on the phone.
Yeah, I'm still waiting for this operator to just do anything, I guess.
Great, okay.
all right. So,
he opened
yeah,
the phone?
Johnson, you are going to scream out in terror. And I assume you're going to be yelling at people to get him down because he is dying?
Yes, I was about to ask, can I attempt to like rush in and tear him down, or is that not a thing that I have the fortitude to do? Is he the terrifying figure? Is there another terrifying figure next to him?
His body is the terrifying.
Oh.
You should be able to cut him down. Do you have a knife or
Very sharp teeth.
just gnaw on it?
I never really went through like establishing equipment.
Okay,
I don't
so
think that you have to make, like, specific equipment. I think it's just, like, if something makes sense, you can have it, as long as it's not horribly expensive.
Does Johnson have a gun?
Because, like, you do start with, like, hundreds of dollars. So,
How would a gun help this situation?
Well, I'm
shoot the rope,
thinking if you have a gun, yeah, you could shoot the road.
and then he'll
and
fall.
you might be like, Like, this could be like one of those 1920s pulp things where you have functionally infinite rounds.
Excuse me, sir, would you like some help with that?
So, Johnson, as you're screaming and trying to get the crowd of onlookers to help you while they just stare at this man's body, you, Amanda,
Yes.
finally get through.
Oh, thank God.
Hello, sir. How can we direct your call today?
I need to talk to the police. It's an emergency.
Oh, I'm so sorry. One moment, sir.
Are you? You know what? Not the hill to die on right now. Not the hill to die on right.
So, yeah.
Oh my god.
So, you get pushed over to the local police board, and it starts ringing really quickly, and it's picked up.
Hello?
New York City Police Department, how can we help you?
Yes, I'd like to report. There's screaming on. What floor am I on right now? On the Weatherly Hotel?
6th floor.
They're screaming on the 6th floor of the Weatherly. I don't know what's happening, but get here.
All right, ma'am, just calm down. Do you know who's in danger? Who is hurt? Do you know what's going on?
I'm not sure, but there's a commotion in the hall. I didn't go to check. My first thought was to call for.
All right, I'm going to tell you, please stay put where you are. Don't leave where you are, and police are on their way as we speak.
Excellent,
All right?
excellent.
Okay, I'm going to need you to calm down. And if you stay where you are, if you can tell me your room number, the police will be up there to your room, and you can tell them what you've heard.
Okay, what room number am I in?
605.
I guess I just give him that.
605.
Yeah. All right.
A number.
So, Pauline, as you were coming down the hall, you see a crowd, and you see Johnson pushing his way through it. And once he gets past the threshold of the door, you hear him shriek out and demand people to assist him.
Oh, good lord. I'm gonna try and make my way through as well.
Okay.
See what's the matter.
When you get to the door, which is now much wider open than it was before, you see the figure of a hanged man. He is hanged by his throat, and his hands are at his side with dried blood encrusted on his nails. His neck is full of cut marks that go all the way up from his eyes down to his chest. There's a chair that is beneath him, tipped over.
Oh, like...
Looks like a suicide.
Yeah. Roll me a pow.
I'll happily roll you a pow. Pow! I failed.
You notice that it seems the man is moving. He is trying. He's like in his death throes. You notice that he's spasming and twitching while still hanging by his neck.
Oh,
Oh,
Oh, Hale. Get him down. Get him down. Oh.
He's dead. Why
He's-
would we even bother?
he's still twitching though.
he's not dead. Can't you see? He's still alive. He's scratching at the rope. Help me get him down.
His
No,
hands
he's
are at
dead.
his side.
I'm gonna go and try and help.
Wait, hang on. Are his hands? I know I'm not there, but are his hands actually at his side? Because the last time I heard you describe it, he was still going at the.
I did not do anything incorrectly. I'll say that.
Oh dear.
So,
The
both
crowd is
you,
lying.
Johnson and Pauline, you both kind of pick him up around the midsection, and you're able to lift his weight up, and you notice that there is no spasming his body. He is cold and dead.
Oh, so does this break the illusion, or am I still like seeing him clawing away?
You don't really see him clawing away, but you do believe he is still moving.
Oh, okay, but he's cold?
He feels cold.
All right, I'll push Pauline away from him and say, "Get away, miss! It's an undead monstrosity!"
Oh, what?
That's his first guess?
It is clearly a creature who is so powerful it has resisted death. It's dangerous. You must stay away.
What, is it like a vampire? It's not gonna bite you, is it?
Let's
please
just
be
leave.
careful.
Take a few steps back.
I take a few steps back.
I too take a few steps back.
Oh, wait!
Take it back now, yo.
Dude. Oh my god, slide to the left. What are we? So we've both taken steps back.
One hop this time.
No.
Ha.
No.
All right.
We're not
So
going there.
I will say that you will have cut or otherwise broken the rope. And
Did I just
Sure.
drop him?
no, I'm going to say that both of you picked up his midsection and put him down onto the floor,
Oh, okay.
assuming that he was like still alive. You didn't just like drop him.
Yes. This is correct.
All right then.
All right. Okay. So you see the crowd of onlookers, and they're getting closer. And you noticed a few of them have really blank stares in their eyes, and their mouth is agape. And they don't really seem to be staring at anything in particular.
Oh boy.
Didn't you hear the man?
Ah.
He said get back.
And
Yes.
you see the people who are not just staring there slack-jawed do kind of take a step back. And then you see two people look over to their left side, and they're waving down a figure. They're saying, "Over here! He's over here!" And you see two cops push their way through the crowd, and they come up to the door.
Oh. Gentlemen, this man needs help. I'm not even certain. He is in some state of peril, and he needs assistance, be it death or undeath, or I'm not sure. He needs help.
On death.
Yeah,
Drinking too much, boy. What the hell is going on?
Does the term undead even exist in the 1920s?
I'm just making assumptions.
Yes, this gentleman told me that he's a vampire or something.
And oh god. Oh jeez. We got a dead one. And you're going to see the one cop say, "All right, everyone in this hallway, you are not allowed to leave." And that includes those two inside there too. And you see the other cop's kind of scratching his head. "He's a vampire, ma'am?"
Well, I don't know. I'm not a vampire expert.
He's taking this with a straight.
That's what he told me.
Huh. That's what he told you. The dead guy told you he's a vampire.
Oh, the guy that's standing right here. I'll point at Johnson.
To be clear, I did not say
You're a vampire?
explicitly he was a vampire. I am not. You know, this man was struggling when I came to the door. I'm not sure what happened. He needs help.
Yeah, he was clawing at his neck, and he was cold as dead, but he was still clawing.
And you're going to see him say, "All right, I'm going to need you two to step back, and we are going to need to do our procedures, but we are going to need you for questioning. So please do not disappear."
I'll be right back.
All right.
It just disappeared.
So, as this is going on, one cop would have knocked on the door to 605, but we'll get to that. So you see the one police officer who is in the room, and he's looking over certain things, and he looks at one corner of the room and goes close to it, and you see he's going to one of the table stands for the bedroom, and he picks up a note written in the stationery that there's complimentary given to people who stay here.
Mm-hmm.
And he's going to say, "Hey, you two, does this ring any bells to you? I mean, you were in this room. Is this yours?" And he's going to show you this piece of paper.
What's it say?
I've certainly never seen such a phrase or such a piece of paper.
You see that it's like really like bizarrely written down with really sharp hashing marks, and it's kind of scribbled, and it looks quite deranged.
What does it say?
"They have taken my mind for the horror of mankind."
I mean, we weren't staying in this room. We just came down because we heard screaming.
Was that room 605?
I believe so.
Alright, we got a call from 605 talking about a scream. We didn't hear anything else, so you're gonna have to give us a minute. We need the coroner in here. I mean, it's not our job to deal with dead bodies. It's our job to figure out who killed them. And I think we know who killed this guy. And he kind of gives like this kind of sick smile, and then he notices he's doing it, and his face goes back to this like really grim expression.
That hardly seems like conduct befitting an officer, sir. I actually don't imagine I would have said that.
Maybe you thought it really loudly.
I have so much distrust for this man.
Well, who do you think did it then?
I like her.
Who do I think did it?
Well,
He
yes, you
hung
just said that you were
himself.
so sure about it.
He hung himself, clearly.
Oh, well, that doesn't really seem like... I mean, I guess I can see where you would get that from, but...
Rope didn't break the neck, just made him choke, so he squirmed and wiggled and wished he thought he had done it, so he tried to scratch at his neck, trying to grab the rope. We see this all the time.
I'm sorry, sir. You see this all the time.
Well, not this specifically, but...
No, everywhere I go, every crime scene, it's the same guy, same rope.
Two people just find him. Tell us he's a vampire. Heard it all before.
I just that
Tale as old as time.
That does not seem like something a human being could do to its own body. At least not without a hell of a lot of drugs.
Well, usually suicidal people are found with large amounts of alcohol or sleeping pills or other things of that nature. You see, people usually, once they get to a point of no return, they have that panic, they try desperately, and they act like an animal stuck in a cage. They maim themselves as they die.
Well, that's just terrible.
I don't mean to interrupt the flow of action, but I
there you
don't
are.
know what I missed. Yeah,
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
back. I've been
Yeah, so
quietly
there's
smirking.
a knock on your door.
Okay.
Knock, knock, open up. New York City Police.
Oh, hi.
Get on the fucking ground!
I didn't realize we were that
Open this
militarized.
door, we're breaking it down!
Oh, that is New York Police.
But it's 1920s. They haven't had time to get AR-15s yet.
They showed
Okay,
up, they have a
so
battering ram, they're ready to take this door down.
they knock on the door. Do you answer it?
Yeah?
All right. You see it's an officer. And as you open it, he says, "Oh, hello there, ma'am. Thank you so much for your call. You were the first call that came through, and this is, every moment is important because regardless if this is a suicide, regardless of what this is, time is of the utmost importance, and we thank you for your utmost. You helped. Thanks."
You're welcome, officer. It was the first thing that came to mind.
You don't have to stay in here. We just wanted to make sure if there was some lunatic out there with a gun or something, at least you were away and out of the public.
What happened?
It seems some poor fucker offed himself.
Oh.
Yeah, he was swinging, I guess, and he recently just got cut down, and the two people cut him down they seem right in the head. I think it's really bothered him.
What? Who cut them? Who cut this poor soul down?
That's for questioning. But I mean, I will tell you that, you're the one who called in with the yell. We have to find out who that person was so we can get their fingerprints, out of the database of what the hell is in that room. But otherwise, you should be fine.
Yes, I'm willing to cooperate.
All right, well, I just ask you that you don't leave. You seem to be in a nice little suite here, so it doesn't seem to be much of a problem.
Yes, it's a friend's suite. He's out at the moment, but
Oh, that's a problem. No one's coming in or out of this place until this gets solved.
yes, this will be rather unfortunate for him, I can imagine.
Well, thank you so much for your help.
Yeah, it's no problem.
Well, it means a lot. The public eye, it is a hell of a lot of help when the public helps. So,
Just doing my part.
all right, ma'am. You're free to walk around, but I would stay in here because down that room is one hell of a. He walks away.
Okay.
All right.
And he is one suspiciously grateful cop. Like, man, he really appreciates it.
This was back before cops got cynical.
This is for cops got what now?
Cynical.
Oh yeah, you timed that. It's not your fault, but the exact moment you were doing that, my brother was kind of making a loud noise as he's playing Helldivers, so it was like
making a loud noise.
I don't know how else to describe it, but that's what the sound was.
I just love it that you're talking about him like he's your family pet or something. My dog just made this horrific loud noise.
My favorite thing is chat right now is we got a noise complaint. Everybody put your hands up.
That's my friends for you. Hey everyone.
Put your hands up. Everybody get on the fucking ground. Who's being loud? Who's being rowdy?
Oh man. So
we heard the NYPD take noise complaints very serious.
I will say that while you were in that room waiting, that you did kind of eye over the room and you did notice the 3 books that were on the desk.
Okay.
And one has a French name that I cannot pronounce, so
that's
good luck with
because
that.
my character can't speak French.
I can speak some French. Some. A bit. Tiny.
There's that.
La poule aus... Oh wow,
La
what
poule
is...
aus
Is that a... Oofs?
I'm gonna paste this into Google Translate. We'll find out.
Oh no. No, you better play it aloud so we can all...
Here, I'll just repeat it. French.
La poule aux œufs d'or.
La poule aux œufs d'or.
La poule aux œufs d'or. That's how you pronounce it.
Okay.
Le
La
Pou
Pou-
Ajudo.
Le Pou
I feel like
d'Ajudo.
I feel like fucking Keenan from that All That skit where he's in the goddamn tub with the.
Here, the translation is answer ova ponit or oh wait, no, that's Latin. The goose that lays golden eggs. Dang.
Spoilers.
Oh, yeah, I guess
You
I
wouldn't
can
know
see
this
that.
though, because you don't speak French.
No,
This
I
is the
don't.
second book,
And you can come.
and that is written in Latin.
Okay. To me, both in real life and out, it looks like it says the mysterious vermin. or
The
some-
vermin mysteries.
Yeah, so I'm thinking mouse right now, or rat.
Worm.
The worm mystery.
If it's Latin, evidently vermis is worm.
Yeah, but my character also doesn't know
We don't
Latin,
know
so
Latin.
Good
she's
point.
thinking
Good point.
thinking rats, right?
And the final book.
See, I can read that one, but I don't know what
Le
melon.
book d'Abre Mimine. No, that's not what it says. It's not Italian.
These are open, presumably not if I'm reading the covers.
No, they're closed, and you do notice that the second book that I've put has 2 iron hinges that are closing it with like a key mechanism kind of a deal, where you have to twist both to open it. So,
All right.
Like nuclear missiles.
It must be his
Yeah.
diary.
actually, yeah, it's like keys. Yeah, it must be his diary.
He's very touchy about his dream journal, isn't he?
What? Are you reading it?
No, I'm not reading it.
Okay, good.
Look, my character can do a lot of things, but she can't magically produce keys to open.
Hey,
I
I
no,
don't
no,
know.
no. You just give it a twist.
Hey,
They're
I have that
okay.
skill.
like the little girl's My First Diary, where they have the lock on it.
Yeah.
But the lock doesn't actually lock. It's just,
Yeah.
a latch.
It's
Yeah, I
little
wouldn't
brother
know. I
proof.
never had one of those.
Little brother proof.
I don't. Little brother proof. There's a dirty lie.
All right. So those are the books that you would have seen. You would have seen that the French one seems a lot more recent, and the second one is very old.
Okay.
The third one looks, if not more recent than the first one.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm just letting you know what you had seen there. So
Well, now what?
I don't know. Are we still being held for questioning?
I mean, you guys are. I'm just kind of in the apartment.
I was just curious if we were present with you or not.
Actually, I don't know. I thought the police were taking you guys somewhere else, given that you seem to
Just
be
chilling.
acting super.
all right,
Apex sketch.
you are free to leave the room if you want, or you can stay inside.
Well, might as well have seen what happened in the hallway.
All right.
Right after he tells you you shouldn't go out there, it's bloody.
Did the officer explicitly tell me not to do it?
No, he was just like,
He
you might want to
advised.
stay in here because, it'll be more comfortable. No, we
Well,
don't.
I'll at least take a peek. Maybe I won't actually step out. Just, try to get a...
You might not have
General-
to take a POW roll.
All right.
Yes,
So-
anything to avoid having to worry about...
As you look outside, you see a rather large group of people, some of whom are still staring into the room, while others are being questioned by one policeman who has a sheet of paper, and he's writing notes down.
Hmm.
And you can hear them just saying, "Yeah, and we heard this yell, so we want to see, maybe we could help." And we opened the door, and my wife, she just fainted right there on the spot.
Hmm.
Yeah, and as you two, Pauline and Amanda? No, Pauline and Johnson.
I
Yeah, so as you two are standing there, kind of waiting to be questioned with a dead body laying on the ground behind you, you notice that none of these people witnessed anything. That they heard a yell and they just kind of came, or that at least seems to be all their stories.
Oh.
Do they not say anything about the fact that there's a dead man?
Well, they heard the yell, they saw the dead man.
Okay, well that's good. At least they're not just completely denying his existence.
No.
That would be bizarre.
So, like, what? They're missing the context of the 30 seconds in between, or I guess the few minutes in between.
And you also notice that as he's done with the person he was talking to, with his wife who had regained consciousness after fainting after seeing the scene, he's trying to talk to one of the people who are just staring slack-jawed into the room. And he's getting really aggravated because they are not responding to him.
Oh.
Oh.
He
That's not good.
starts yelling at the person to at least look at him, and the creature is not.
The creature?
Creature.
The human.
That's a heck of a Freudian
You
slip.
could
Humans
just
are
say
creatures.
person.
The individual.
I am a human being. Do not mind me, fellow human.
Oh no.
Oh, this
Okay.
is how the humans converse. He turns over to him and talks. Oh my god.
Okay. So as the police officer is getting more irate, you see him physically shove this man who's just staring slack-eyed at the room, and he tries to get him onto the ground, and the man takes off in a sprint down the hallway towards where you are. Amanda.
Taking off a sprint towards me?
Well, you are down that hallway in that direction.
I am closing that door about as fast as I can.
All right, and I assume you're also locking it.
Oh yeah, very quick.
All right. So, the creature, the person.
Stop
You keep
calling it a
trying
creature.
and
It has feelings.
such as consume the human.
You hear this really violent.
Rapid smashing on a keyboard. Gotcha.
No, that was the table. That wasn't the keyboard.
Oh, okay. Rapid smashing on a table. Gotcha.
It's just something.
Something keeps on rattling your handle, and you hear it yelling, and you hear the officer saying, "If you do not cease desist, I will shoot you. Get on the ground now."
I'm going to put a chair against the door handle to secure it, and I'm getting away from the. I'm not so stupid to assume that the bullet won't overpenetrate.
All right.
So she hears a rap tap tapping on her bedroom door.
And I am saying fuck that about as loudly as I can.
It's not your bedroom. But yes.
But it's a hotel room. It's close enough.
And you hear a loud pop and the sound of a body hitting the ground.
Jesus Christ.
Do you stay in your room?
Yes.
All right. So, Johnson and Pauline.
We hear a
You watched-
gunshot?
No, you were watching this whole thing, and you watched as this cop was slowly losing his temper, and you watched that as he tried to get him onto the ground to pin his arms behind him and handcuff him because he's, resisting authority.
Oh, so
That
you
he
didn't
breaks
shoot.
off into a sprint down the hallway.
Oh, okay.
And
so this is
after
a second.
issuing a warning, the cop squares himself off and takes a shot.
I lean in Pauline and say, "Excuse me, miss, I'm not certain that I'm really seeing this. Did we just witness a man being shot by a policeman after witnessing another man committing suicide?"
Pauline has her hands over her eyes.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to ask such an aggravating question.
I'm not. I'm not watching this man getting shot.
Well, he was shot once, and you could tell that it was clearly to the leg.
It was super effective.
I can't tell because my eyes are closed. But
All right.
you know.
So, Johnson, you can clearly tell that the shot hit him in his leg. And
Okay.
you notice, more baffling than an officer shooting an civilian, that the civilian is continuously trying to crawl away.
Okay, I'm going to run down the hallway and attempt to assist the officer in restraining him.
Okay.
So that
I
we
don't
can get
imagine
cuffs
this
on
will
him.
end well.
Oh no.
Oh boy.
Yeah, yeah.
The GM says, "Oh boy."
Fuck.
You attempt to restrain the creature.
So, subject number 1 tries to aid the police.
Wow.
If it wasn't for this guy, like, booking it, you'd probably already be in this.
Dusk of the first day.
All right. So, you are running towards the injured civilian.
The creature.
Civilian.
Being not of this realm, nor of any other.
Hey, we think it's of this realm. It's just a dude, right?
And are you coming over? Are you trying to look into his face? Are you trying to get him on his stomach? Are
My
you
soul-
pushing your knee into his back, small of his back, so he can't move? Like, what are you doing?
Isn't the police on doing that? Doesn't he have him under him?
He's watching you and also making sure none of the rest start running.
The policeman?
Yeah,
Policeman just
there's
shot
only
him.
one policeman.
Oh, he just shot him. He has not restrained him at all.
No.
No.
Well, he tried to, and then he ran away, and then he shot him. That's the course of events.
Okay, then
Very clear
yes,
warning.
in that case, I'm just gonna attempt to put a knee on him so he can't crawl away, and then I'm going to, assuming you don't have me do a power roll, ask the officer to cuff. For fuck's sake, please cuff him, officer.
Give me a strength roll.
What the fuck? This
Okay.
victim, man.
So as you drop
Oh, no.
your knee towards his back, you miss the small of his back and you kind of slide off the side. And when he does, he stares at you with these vacant eyes, and his mouth stays open, and he points at you. And then he slumps over onto the ground and ceases resisting. And when he was like pointing at you, he was going, so to make it a little creepier.
You see that, officer? Am I losing my mind today? Did you see that? Any of that at all?
Oh, goddamn, son, you just kept him from getting another hole in his back. And he walks over and he handcuffs the man who is at least seeming to be unconscious. At minimum, he's acting it.
I'd like to lie down, officer.
We're gonna need some words out of you, but I'm sure we can get to you last.
All right, thank you.
Just make sure you ain't leaving.
I have no plans to.
All right. And he gives you like a smile, like a really wide smile. And he begins to move the prisoner. Now, the man who has his arms cuffed behind his back. And as he's trying to drag him along using like the banister rail to support his weight, the officer notices that the stairs are going to be quite the problem, with a man who is at minimum acting as dead weight. So you see him just standing there looking confused, and he's standing by the body. And at this moment, you see another officer come up with a man who is in a suit. And the man in the suit starts talking to the two officers. And are you still there, Johnson?
I am.
All right. So you hear them talking. Well, I thought you said that there was one injured. Now there's two. He tried to get away. Being a real pain in the fucking ass. Ignoring everything I said. I gave him clear goddamn warning and he kept running. And you see this man pass by the injured man and go into the room. And is anyone still there next to the door, or?
I mean, I have left the door.
Well, I mean the door to the hanged man.
I think I was in the room. Because...
Are you still in there, would you say?
Yeah. I didn't
All
leave,
right.
because...
Alright. So you're going to see a man come up, and he has, looks to be kind of like surgeon's tools in one of those leather little doctor's bags.
Mm-hmm.
And he's going to go over to the body, and he's going to check it and very carefully move the body around. And he's going to start taking photographs.
Photos?
Yeah, that was a thing back then.
Whoa.
All right. So you see light flashing behind you as he kind of gives you kind of a wrist flick to, go on. You can leave now. You just stay there?
I'll leave.
Okay. Okay. All right. So he's taking quite a few photos, and you notice that he's in a very odd standing position about it. He's standing directly over the body, trying to get overhead shots of everything.
It's not that unusual.
You haven't seen anything. So it's unusual. So, yeah. And you see the two officers are going down the stairs, and they see a third officer, and they pass off the injured man onto the two new people, while the older officer is staying, who is continuously writing in his little flip book. So then he goes over to walks over to you, Pauline, and he asks, "So, what did you hear?"
Well, we heard a very loud scream.
Okay, was there any breaking of glass? Was there a fight, an argument? Did you hear anything fall over, maybe? Anything like that?
I don't think so. I just
All right, you don't.
heard the screaming
Alright.
and I heard people making a commotion outside of this room.
Oh, it's all right, little missy. You don't gotta worry yourself none about this. He's writing down. All right. So,
Cop number 2 is way outdoing me in the 1920s misogyny department.
all right, little miss. So you would say that you heard a scream and came over as quickly as you
Important
could?
note, he's calling me Little Miss and I'm 6'8".
Yeah, he's like 5'7", just staring up at you. All right, little miss. How did it go?
He has to hold on to his delicate sense of control.
He's standing on a stepladder.
He's standing on the chair.
He's just on a chair so you can call me little. Oh my god.
Don't you want to avoid ending up like the last person on that chair? Seems like the last chair you'd want to stand on.
Well, the good part is there's nothing around my neck while I'm standing on this chair.
Then suddenly a rope just appears. I don't think footprints are something they look for on the chair.
All right. So you're going to see the officers write down a few things, and he's gonna write down a few more, and he's gonna say, "And what time did you get here?"
What time did I get here?
Around 5:30.
Alright, then that.
All right. So, and your room is which?
605? 650?
All right.
605.
It's 6:05. Yeah. He's gonna write that down. Yes. All right. Well, if we need to talk to you again, Miss, what's your name again?
Miss Walker.
Miss Walk. Okay. I like the accent. Where is that from?
I'm from Nashville. And,
That's nice. That's nice. All right. So don't worry your pretty little head about nothing. We'll take care of this. It doesn't seem like this is a homicide. I shouldn't say that, but you know. But I think that you will be just fine. And he flips over, writes a little something, and rips off. And if you have any other problems, you can reach me here. And he hands you the paper, which is folded between his fingers.
I'll grab it.
All right. And it is an extension to his personal phone.
Heck yeah.
Huh.
And he's going to give you a little smile and a nod of his hat. And he's going to go out to the crowd and continuously ask them. And as you look at the crowd, you notice that the figures who are slack-jawed and kind of just staring widely are just kind of seem confused. And they're just kind of looking down and just kind of waiting for the officer to get to them so they can be over with.
Well, I know how that feels.
I'm always feeling confused. Alright, I'm gonna go
Oh.
out of the room.
All right. So you are out of the room. There is no one left in the room with the dead man, except for the coroner who is taking pictures. All right. So, are you going back into 605?
Sure.
Is 605 still barricaded with a?
It is blocked by a chair and also locked. I don't know if I would still have my own key or if he gave us one key or what.
He only gave you one key, and he specifically only gave it to you, Pauline.
Oh, okay, I have the key. Alright, I'll unlock the door.
All right. So, oh no, Amanda.
Yes.
You hear the door start jingling and rattling. And
Who is it?
Well, it's me. Is the
Oh.
door broken?
No. When something ran at the door and I barred it, and then I removed the chair.
Okay.
Well, you probably had a better look at that thing than I did. It was going at the handle.
I'll admit I wasn't watching. They had guns
Oh.
pulled.
Yes, I heard the gunshot.
I don't see him. Did I see him anywhere? Actually, it's a good question.
See who?
I think you covered your eyes.
No, like I went to the room where he was clawing at. So, do I see the guy anywhere, or is he gone?
He was like I said before, the one cop was trying to bring him down the stairs and realizing that this
So
was
he's down
clearly
the stairs.
his desk. Yeah, so the two officers came and they kind of put the arm around each shoulder, and then when that wasn't working, they just started like grabbing him by his ankle and his shoulders and just kind of walking him down.
All right. So he's not here anymore. Great. Okay. Good.
No, but his blood is there.
Yeah. I'm just gonna not
Okay,
look at that.
Yeah, does that blood look like human blood?
How would you know the difference?
Is it red?
Well, I mean, yeah, is it red is the big give, or is it like gelling into a sphere as time goes? Something a bit,
It's
out
a
of the
non-Newtonian
ordinary.
fluid. We pick it up and it turns
Has
solid.
it turned into a small mound of flesh?
Has it started to scream?
Has it formed into the words "Help me"?
Is
It's
it
the vernicious knid.
Oh no!
You see
Please
the
don't.
puddle of blood that lays on the marble tiles clearly spread quite a long ways down the grout. And oddly enough, exposed to the open air, doesn't seem to be coagulating.
So
I'm
what,
not a doctor.
it's just liquid then?
It's not clumping, it's just a very watery blood.
That I don't have very much experience with, well, this, but I don't know. Every time I've had to get blood out of anything, it doesn't usually act that. Oh well.
Oh well,
Oh well! Not
Oh,
my
wow.
blood!
that's somebody else's problem, not mine.
You made me bleed my own blood.
I'm gonna go into the room if that's fine.
Well, she's
Yeah.
not a forensic scientist.
This is correct.
All right. So as you are in the room, you are going to hear a lot more whispering on the walls,
What?
as you assume people are having conversations about the loud gunshot that just rang out.
Oh.
Okay, so this is more ordinary whispering in the
The
wall.
whispering is
not
not
the
coming from the
concerning
walls
type.
themselves, no.
I mean, I'm not telling you how to, I'm just saying there's whispering, and you probably think it's from the people over there.
I mean, can any of us hear the whispers?
Well, yeah, they're like conversations,
Choose
Okay.
your own Eldritch nightmare.
Listen, check. Go. Not me, because I don't have it, but you know.
Oh,
I
I'm
mean,
not
yeah,
in
I
the
guess
room.
I could make a listen check, I guess, but I'm not sure if I can. I'm not
Alright.
sure if I'm in the right position to hear it.
Well, put yourself in the position you want to hear.
Well, right now I'm just opening the door, so whoever's outside.
Oh, I thought you were already outside and you were looking at the blood and all that.
I honestly, I don't know. I'm in the
I thought the
quantum
blood
super state
was
at this
like
time.
at the foot of the door, but maybe it's not.
Okay.
Well, until somebody tells me exactly where I am, and I'm in theoretically two places.
I'd imagine you're still at the door since Pauline hasn't really moved.
Okay.
All right. So you hear some conversations going on in the background, and as you open the door to the main lobby, you can hear a radio on, and people are kind of excitedly yelling, and you notice that the staff there aren't entirely happy about it, but they seem to be contained at least.
Oh, can I place a bet?
You want to go play? Yeah, you go place a bet.
I mean, like, not. I mean, meta place a bet, not in game.
All right.
My bet is that Montaigne won. That's my bet.
How much you betting?
My love and affection.
Wow.
The value
For
to be
who?
determined. For whoever counter bets me, I guess.
Okay.
Everyone? I don't know.
For the winner of my love and affection for the person who wins the boxing match.
I love and affection for the first person who asked for it. Okay.
All right. So give me a roll. Give me a 1d100.
Me?
Yeah. Give me a 1d100.
Uh-oh. Now you've done it.
Sure.
All right. So you can hear the conversation going out, and it's clearly the boxing match that the people are listening to. It seems it's in its third round.
Oh.
The champ has hit the canvas at least twice.
No kidding.
Huh. It's almost as if never mind.
I
Okay.
was curious where that was going to go.
I don't know where I was going with that.
It's almost
I was gonna say it's almost as if that was predetermined, but of course it.
Who would rig a boxing match?
No, I mean because of the pots, the pottery, not pots. I kept calling them pots.
Because of the pottery?
Yeah, the pottery with the
The pots.
the gods and the one born from the rock and the guy's nickname was no, it
The
was
bull?
Tornado.
It was the
And then-
tornado and the bull.
Tornado and the bull. But there was a bull.
That's right.
There was a bull.
There was a bull,
There was
but
a
he
bull.
was also the mountain. I misinterpreted things.
He was also a
Come on,
mountain.
I thought that the mountain was the rock and that the bull was the,
But there's neither a mountain or a rock in this fight.
Yeah, there
It's
is.
a tornado.
His name is like.
his last name's Montaigne.
Oh,
his last
right,
name's
Montaigne.
The bull.
But wasn't that the bull? Yeah, so it's the
Yeah,
same.
it was.
It's the
I
same person.
misinterpreted
That's
it
what
because
she-
I'm
that's
an
what she said,
idiot.
is that she-
And then we had the other guy who was, I don't remember his name on it.
I'm so sorry for wasting your time, everyone.
Oh, do you want me to go over the names?
The bull.
No.
No, we're fine.
In excruciating detail.
My shame has been solidified and preserved on the internet forever.
Oh, don't worry, I do that about once a day.
Yeah.
Anyway, so we're in the third round, and the champ is not in good condition.
Yep.
The bull.
No. Tony the Tornado.
Tornado.
Nori.
Tornado.
What's his last name?
Anori.
Nori.
Tony and Nori, the tornado story.
Alright. And you hear that the people downstairs are, they're screaming along with the announcer. And it's a rip-roaring time down there.
Oh, I bet.
I'm surprised they didn't really notice the whole shooting right above them.
Have they gone through the questioning, or am I still kind of just laying in the hallway?
You're just lying down in the hallway. I
Well,
walked
they told
right
you they'd
past
come
you.
and get you. They'd come and get you, but
Can't even explain how loud guns are.
Oh, they're gonna come and get me, so I can actually lay down in a bed.
yeah.
Oh,
Sure.
okay.
Their only
Yeah.
instruction was not to leave.
Oh, then I'll hermit up. I'll go back to the room and lay in a bed
Alright.
if they'll let me in.
That's a good question.
The door is barred.
Slap on the door, that'll get her attention.
Mm, mm, mm. No.
Alright. So, you are laying down, is that correct? Alright. So, Pauline and Amanda
Yes.
are in this room. And there are quite a bit of artifacts, and there's things going about. And you did notice that he said he was going to see Faust.
What is Faust?
It's an opera.
Okay, I thought it might be something like that, but I wasn't sure.
Well, you know what? Give me a roll for that. What do you got for like? Be occult. It can be. Hell, it could even be charm.
Could it be arts and crafts acting?
Yeah, definitely.
Great. I succeed.
All right. So, Faust. Let me just make sure.
Just in case you forget the plot of Faust.
So, Faust is a story of a man who sells.
Yes, Dr. Faustus
It
Yes.
sells what?
is
His soul.
the devil.
Oh, okay.
Or maybe not the devil, it's like a...
Mephistopheles.
Yeah, that one.
Basically the devil.
But not quite.
No, he's a demon, definitely,
A
but
budget devil.
Yeah. Like, he just wasn't important enough to get the big man himself.
yes.
And then, well, not to make a pun, everything goes to hell rather quick.
Good stuff.
All right. And you would know from your acting career that you don't know any actors or actresses or opera singers who are performing Faust.
Wow.
Say that again?
She just really hooked into the Broadway scene?
Yes.
What?
I'm hooked in.
Oh.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, so you would notice that it would seem, very he would have to travel to see an opera of that magnitude. Especially dressed the way he was.
It's because he's going to see the King in Yellow.
Hey, you leave Hasser out of this. It's his name, right? Hasser?
Hastur.
Hastur. Yeah, he's the god of the pilgrims and the shepherds.
And of rather insane plays.
Oh boy. Yeah.
Well,
So-
I mean, if he did go to the King in Yellow, we won't be seeing him again.
So,
Not like my character would know that.
Hmm.
and I think I need a break.
That's fine. We've been
Okay.
going for a while.
All right, break like 10 minutes max. All right.
Okay.
10 minutes.
This seems like we're gonna need, we are not gonna be able to tie this up in a single session.
No,
No, it's
this
a
is
short
rolling into
adventure.
next week.
I'm enjoying this.
It's going
This
to be
is a
going
lot of
for
fun.
a while.
This is something I could figure out how to roll into next week. Maybe not on Christmas Eve. It would probably be better to do it on a different day. But
Fucking
I would
Christmas
be-
Eve, happy holidays, time to
Time to fight Cthulhu.
time to fight Cthulhu.
sorry, Mom, I can't make it to Christmas Eve. I've got to investigate Eldritch Horrors.
Sorry,
I need-
my friend, Mr. Nils, Mr. Niles has told me.
Mr. Nils!
Mr. Niles, not Nils.
Do you think we could convince
Nillers.
Nillers to play this?
Yeah, Nillers is going to play as Mr. Niles.
I'd be. Well, maybe
I'm
not
into
that.
it.
But it would be
I think
funny.
that he would enjoy it quite a bit, except for the part where I would be constantly flirting with him as Pauline Walker.
He'd roll with it.
It's true. We did heavily flirt through SCP that one time.
Did you?
Yeah, where like at some at some point we were like in 914 at the same time, like in the machine, and we just sat in there hiding, and then obviously our characters' models were like inside of each other, and then he just suddenly made like a kissing noise. Or wait, no, this was different. He just like didn't say anything, and I just followed him around looking for a key card, and then he went over to that one place where there's like the piano writing that makes you go insane and write it in your own blood or something like that.
Yeah.
We went there,
Whatever
but neither of us had a
SCP that
key
is.
card, so we couldn't get in. And then he just like stared at me for probably, like, I want to say a good 2 minutes straight. And I didn't have a key card either, so I wasn't gonna do anything. I was just gonna stand there and like roll with it. And then he just like slowly got closer and closer and closer, and then made a smooching sound, and then ran away.
That sounds like Nillers to me.
It was great. It wasn't really flirting.
That
But-
Miller's is good.
It was funny. He's good.
We
people.
should get him in on this.
He should
I'm into
play
it.
an RPG with us. Exactly.
I don't know how we'd do it, but we should get him to do it.
Just legally change Mr. Niles' name into Mr. Nils.
I came back from this strange play, and now I have an entirely different personality, and also my name is now Mr. Nil. There you go, there's a segue.
I've chosen to change my name. My name is now Mr. Nils.
There's no reason behind it, I just am that now, guy. Then winks to the camera.
Yeah, we have him on face cam. Even though nobody else is.
Okay, if we ever do this again, I feel like we should do like a King Kong style thing where we have a film crew following us around. Or at least one character with the film.
My character has 240 exposures worth of film. they've all been used, but she has them.
Oh,
Yeah, we could totally do. It'd be like Super
I just
8,
have a
but actually
film-
good.
Film expose, or what is it called? Developing kit.
oh Christ! I'm doing that thing I do again, where I start spending like 30 minutes at a time on the Warframe. Help!
What?
I'm
Save
also
me.
playing Warframe, but I'm just trying to grind out some rifts so I can.
Everybody's
Do the-
playing Warframe.
Hey, I'm doing that too. Do you play PC?
I do.
You should let me join you then, because I'm doing a lot of grinding.
Okay. Well, I'm not sure if you can join in mission or not.
Oh, you're playing like right now.
Yeah, I mean, I've got
Yeah.
10 minutes. It's like a single lith rift.
Oh, we're taking an extended. That's such a good idea. Damn it. A couple weeks ago, I did some trades while we were playing, but I didn't think about playing during the breaks.
I mean, I'm just trying to open up as many of my rifts as possible.
Are you looking for some?
Well, yes and no. I have really barely anything, so I'm just looking for any primes at all whatsoever. Preferably, I like it to be prime versions of weapons I already have, so I can get rid of the original and replace it with the prime variant.
Right. It probably doesn't help that they fucked with all the prime level
Yeah.
requirements. I think the Bratton Prime is like a level 8 now, which is
Yeah.
ridiculous because it is not good enough for that. It simply is not good enough.
I don't know. The Braddon Prime was my workhorse for a while.
Oh, it's absolutely mine. I still use it for lots of stuff because I have a pretty nice ribbon for it, but I just don't think it's Mastery Rank 8 nice.
Yeah, yeah, that was a bit annoying because I had all the parts and I couldn't make it for a long. So right now, actually, the most recent thing I did was I got the Soma, or not the Soma Prime. I got the Lex. God, I'd be happy if I got the Soma Prime.
The Soma Prime?
Yeah, but it's been vaulted, I think.
Yeah, but it's just been unvaulted. I don't know what mastery level it is, but I have an extra set.
Oh, it's been
I
unvaulted?
like you enough to hook you up. Yeah, Nova's unvaulted, the Soma's unvaulted, Mag's unvaulted, the
Oh,
Boar's
nice.
lots of stuff's unvaulted right now.
I could use a Mag Prime. I have the barrel and the blueprint for the Soma Prime. I just need the stock and the receiver, and I'll be able to. I guess right now I'm working on getting an Oberon Prime. I'm working on getting a
He's great.
Paris Prime.
Sorry.
What was that?
I'm trying to get a Paris Prime as well.
That's I like that. I like it quite a bit. I mean, for a bow, I'm not in love with bows, but I like it.
Yeah. I have the Ash Prime from the TennoCon, but I really don't want to use it until I get and use and fully rank up an actual Ash. So I'm trying to do that, but that's just a pain.
Yeah, I'm kind of the same way with most of them. I caved on Hydroid because he's a terrible grind. He's got like the worst boss fight in the game tied to him.
Oh, is it
Saren
what,
has
Till?
another bad one.
Who?
Yeah, it's no, it's not Teal Regor, it's Vehek. It's like on Earth and he's got
Vehek.
and he's invulnerable forever and he has this tiny little weak spot you have to shoot. It's awful.
Wait, why would they have linked Hydroid with Vehek, not Till, the man who was literally in an underwater fort?
Okay, but let's be real here. If Vehek had all the Equinox parts like that, I can't handle that. Fuck that. That's awful. She was bad enough with Teal.
I
can't imagine having to do Vehek 30 times over.
All right.
I cracked and I did whatever it is you have to do to get the Nidus, and it was just pain.
Yes, that is a terrible grind.
Welcome to Nerd Chat, Sly,
Yeah.
where
For
Stop
one
playing
thing, I know
Warframe.
nothing
You don't
of.
understand.
where
It's
nerds
great.
talk about
Oh man, just
Warframe
wait.
for 10 minutes
Wait until
straight.
you reach after the second dream, and then you're gonna have an entirely different grind. But at least it'll all space to care about with, so that's good.
Wow.
I'll be honest, I was not. My buddy was always more interested in Warframe than I was. I looked at it. I played it a little. I was waiting for Destiny to come out way back in 2013. Then I said, "Yeah, I don't really like this game terribly much." And then my buddy said, "Oh man, you should play it. You should play it." And then last year I played it, and I wasn't really into it until I reached second dream. I'm like, yeah, okay, now I care about the story. Now I care.
Yeah, it suddenly just starts to kick it into high gear. It's great.
Well, just giving me a character to care about, a protagonist to care about, is what I really just kind of.
Spoilers.
Yep.
I
I'd
find
say
it weird that they all have unicorns. It looks like massive dildos on their heads.
Who?
not all of them do. Like that's the thing with Mag and Excal, and maybe that's
Oh, okay.
Oh, wow, yeah,
Oh.
they all just have.
or not Mag.
I'm looking it up.
Yeah,
Right
I know.
now. They all got the dildo heads. God.
I don't get that, but okay. Oh boy. So, we all ready?
More or
I was
less.
born ready.
So, Dom, I'm gonna need you to type /GM roll 1d20 for me.
What?
What?
None.
Nani?
Unrecognized command.
Nani.
Wrong slash, maybe?
GMR. Don't do GM.
Oh, GMR.
Roll.
What's? Oh. Wait. Are you,
Or maybe it's
why?
GR. Hold on. Let me do.
What does that mean, GMR? Like you're rolling
it's
and only the
GR.
GM can.
/GR.
That worked.
Yeah, that was just me though. That was me testing to see if it.
I am letting you know.
It's /GR 1d20 with a space.
1d100.
1d100. Oh,
Give your mind.
it's changed.
Hi, sanity check.
Yay!
Oh.
Okay. So,
I don't like it when he says
Yay,
yay. I've been
and-
conditioned.
Oh.
yeah. Oh, yeah.
That was a
exactly.
sanity check, my dude.
So, Johnson, as you lay in bed, you feel gripped by a tight heaviness that is like sleep, but keeps you awake.
Right. So, like, what? Sleep paralysis? Also, I thought that a low roll was a good thing. I thought that was
Yeah.
a
Maybe it is a
positive
good
result.
thing. Maybe it's a good thing.
So, as you are laying down there, you notice that you find it very difficult to move. And you do notice that the things in the room are starting to shift and change quite a bit.
Hmm.
One moment the door is closed, the next it is open. In the door frame, there appears to be a woman in a long, flowing dress. And as she gets closer to the door frame and walks in it, you notice that she is unimaginably tall. Taller than Pauline, with a very long neck that separates into 4 tendril-like appendages.
Huh.
Like instead
The
of her head.
creature grips the top of the door with a claw-like pincer and lowers its neck and lower torso into the room. And it comes towards you.
I want to get off Mr. Bones' wild ride.
You can roll if you want.
I can.
Yeah, roll a POW.
Okay.
Oh.
Fuck.
And the creature comes close to you, and you notice very strange things about it. The way it moves, the way it shuffles about, the way how its limbs seem too heavy for its own body. And then you notice as it gets closer and your heartbeat starts getting faster and faster, that there is this long protuberance that splits off into distinct, different like appendages, almost like trumpets. And they go towards you.
Like
And
trumpet?
as you try to scream, nothing escapes your throat. You find it is hard to breathe, and in a moment, you feel like sleep and alcohol combined have hit you like a rock. You feel groggy and you feel lethargic. And strangely enough, you're standing up.
Like I'm standing up in the material world, or right now I'm standing up.
You look amongst yourself, and no longer are you in the bedroom that you lay down in. Vast walls of books tower to the sky, and you see green light that is concentrated in these crystal-like structures that are at endpoints. And as you look farther through your eyes, which seem to be unnaturally blurred, you see that these lights go off. These lights are almost like light bulbs, and you can see them as they go down in rows. As you try to move, your legs feel groggy, and before you even notice it, you almost feel like you're going to stumble, but then you look down, and you have no legs.
Huh.
Instead is a tubular conal protrusion that rips to the ground that has kind of a rubbery bottom to it of which you move about.
Oh, so I'm like some kind of a mollusk?
I think you're dead.
Some kind of a mollusk. Oh no. You're a
You
snail,
as
You have lost the game.
you try to shake sense into your mind, you feel something calling you to at least touch the green crystal on the pedestal, which is connected to the end cap of the massive shelves.
Do I have any kind of an indication of why I should touch them?
You feel that you are being welcomed, that something is trying to help you.
Oh, okay. I will scuttle to the podium.
You notice that the ground is sand, and not just soft sand, but a very coarse and rough sand. And as you're going forward, it's just now at this moment you realize that the sky is blood red, and winds are whipping through these tall, like little hallways, but seem to be quite shielded from their construction.
So I'm in Satan's library.
Welcome to Barnes and Noble. God.
Do you
I
reach
walk
out?
up to the green crystal and ask, "Where can I find the nonfiction section?"
When you try to communicate,
I don't actually ask that.
okay then.
I'll ask for something more general, like,
How do I get out?
What did I see today? What was that horror?
You feel an urging in your mind to clasp your pincer-like claw around the glowing crystal-like light bulb.
I'm into it.
You do it?
Yeah, why not?
In seconds, you see huge, vast seas of human civilization rising and falling. And you see one pivotal figure amongst it all. And as it keeps on going, you see war, and you see times that you've read in the history in history. And as it keeps on going, you notice that there are things that have yet not happened. And it goes through great horrors of the future until it stops with 7 men staring into vast emptiness. And there is Mr. Niles, and he is facing you, while the rest are facing towards the great expanse. In a moment, there is a bright flash and a massive explosion, and you see a smile on Mr. Niles' face.
Whoa.
This is some Twin Peaks stuff right here, man.
That's intense. I feel like I understand, but I doubt that I do.
You just saw a nuke, my dude.
Oh, I thought I saw the Big Bang. Or like the second Big Bang.
Well,
You-
I was thinking nuke. Was that
Or a
what
flash.
it was?
You, the word Manhattan chimes in your head like a clear bell.
Yeah, you saw nuke.
Nuke.
All right. So, at this moment, Amanda and Pauline will notice that Johnson is getting out of bed. He's got a slack-jawed look about his face, and his eyes are staring widely. He seems to be inspecting his environment.
Inspect.
Uh, Sir?
Sniff.
He doesn't say a word, but he snaps his whole body in a twisting motion towards you, and his mouth is still open, and his eyes weren't even locked in a position. They were just going in a straight line until they caught you.
Well, that's uncanny.
And now they are looking at me?
Or behind you. Or through you.
Well, yeah, but like in my direction. Is it just me, or was he just taking a nap? 'Cause he's certainly not taking a nap anymore. Are
And
you
when-
feeling okay?
You see him kind of cautiously back away from you two, and he goes towards the 3 books that are on the table.
Feel like now would be time to poke him with a stick or something.
Well, you're free to try, I guess.
Okay.
You gonna poke him?
I'm trying to think whether or not I want to die.
Well, as you're deciding that, he picks up the Vermis Mysteries, and he starts undoing the iron latching.
You know, friend, I feel like if it was locked, it probably wasn't meant to be open.
And with a click,
Oh dear.
another click, it opens.
Anyone want to intervene?
I literally
This is a
cannot.
diary. I cannot.
Yeah,
This is me.
I'm going to try to snatch the book out of his hands, because I don't think it's his business to hold another man's diary.
Well,
It's not a
you're gonna
diary,
have to do
Mom.
like
It's a
a strength
journal.
contest for that one. 'Cause he's holding on to that for dear life as his eyes are scanning the pages while he's
Strength
completely
contest?
ignoring you. Yeah.
How do we do that?
Well, I failed,
Well, he's just got to roll a higher one.
but you failed worse, so
I failed worse.
All right.
I
So,
think that's victory.
yeah, I would say that that's a clear victory. So as he's reading, you see that his expression is completely unchanging. And you're able to, as he's really like delving deep in, to like kind of grab it. And there's this kind of tussle fight ensues of trying to get the book. And he's not letting go of it. And it rips the spine.
Well, now look what
Ooh.
you've done.
It's not ripped in half, but it is broken, and you do have it.
I have the spine, or I have the books.
You have the book, the one book,
Okay.
Vermis Mysteries, and it is now ripped, and pages are falling out.
Hmm. And inside is nothing but Sports Illustrated swimsuit edition. If only. Did that do anything to snap?
Yeah. What happens now?
He
Well, I don't
stares.
know why you had to go and break it.
He
Well, I wasn't
stares
trying
at
to
you,
break it.
and you see him start seizing, and he hits the ground,
Oh dear.
and he is no longer possessed.
Am I conscious?
Yes.
I'll have you know that was a very nice book that you've gone and ruined.
It's
And it's not
But
your
Sir,
book to
are you
ruin either.
okay?
it's gone.
Sorry, what?
Everything's gone.
What's gone?
That there was it was there. It was all there. I could see everything.
Friend, I think whatever that Mr. Nils is giving you, you should probably stop.
It but
Clearly not doing you any good.
you don't understand. The things I saw,
What did you see in the book?
the things I heard, the things I had on my appendages.
Sorry, what?
Sounds like
are
you
you
had a
talking
bad
about
trip,
the book
friend.
still?
Opium's dangerous. It's best to give it up.
I will do no such thing.
Well, then I can't help you if you're going to keep having trips.
There was a giant library. And
Where?
there were crystals. They spoke to me.
Okay,
And they showed me that something.
Honey, I'm gonna have to ask you to slow down. I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm not sure I do either.
So, you were just asleep, and then you got up, and you picked up this book, and then y'all wrestled for it a bit, and now you're saying that you saw everything. And you were in a library?
There was I don't remember fighting for a book. There
So
was a library.
You picked up Mr. Niles. Niles? Nils? No.
Niles, but
You picked up Mr. Niles, or whatever this is, and you opened it. And that's rather rude.
Was this the middle book?
Yes.
Yeah, this was the scary one with the locks.
This is the one that was written in Latin?
Yeah, this is the one with the locks on it.
And now that there are pages that have been dislodged from the book, as you glance down, one of the pages is very bright, and
it's very
you
bright.
can see, like, your eyes immediately go to it.
Now, can I attempt to use my knowledge of shit like this? Do I have any knowledge of shit like this?
You got a cult.
Okay, I wanted to know if a cult was rollable. I'm gonna attempt to figure something out.
Ooh, extreme.
Yeah. Extreme.
Well done.
You succeeded at the extreme.
To the max.
It translates as, to you, the great not to be named, sign of the black stars, and seal of the toad-shaped monstrosity.
Oh. Okay.
And
that's
as you
cryptic.
look across the pages that have fallen out, in Latin, there are many pages dedicated to talking about the faceless one, hornless one, and the Black Pharaoh.
Interesting.
You see that this book is mainly to protect oneself from these things, not to call to them.
Sorry, I wanted to write those down. Okay. Do I retain any actual solid recollection of what has just happened?
You saw great histories orchestrated by men.
So I still have that.
Yes.
These pages look like some kind of protective magic.
Magic?
Yeah. Yes. The magic in the sort of the ancient way, the idea that the world can be manipulated through the human willpower by using certain sort of catalysts.
Sir, are you trying to tell me that you're a wizard?
I'm not saying I'm a wizard, but whatever he was doing with these books is what I just saw. There's something going on. That man is he's something.
So you're telling me that my Nilesy is a wizard?
I don't know that I call him a wizard. Uh, I'm not sure anyone can actually be a wizard. That idea of magic is a bit what's the word?
Antiquated.
Yes.
Antiquated? It exists in a sort of a different. I think more like sacrifices to gods, things like that, Aztec, Egyptian, or anything like that. Things that involve a lot of coordination, a number of people, and a large set out space. This is the kind of magic that we're talking about.
Some kind of cultists and such?
Yeah, that sounds about right.
No, I don't know much about cultists.
What was that? I'm sorry, I had to take my headset off.
I don't know much about cultists.
I don't know nothing about birth, baby.
Honey, I don't
news.
know anything about cultists. What are you asking me for? Oh, darling.
I know lots about them. There's something here, and I think we should attempt to look more. We need to read these books.
Well, what's? I mean, I don't know if we should be looking through his stuff.
I could see where you're coming from, but the man did invite us into a hotel room,
Well, I
after
suppose
which
that's
we
true.
experienced untold horrors. I think it's fair. He won't know. Surely we can finish by the time he arrives.
I'll look at the books. What are the...
All right. Yeah. There's the Book of Abramelin. There is De Vermis Mysteries, and there is the Hen that Lays the Golden Eggs. That's in French.
I'm gonna pick up the one that's in French.
All right. As you pick up and flip the book, you want to roll me something that would maybe.
Like what? I don't know what kind of book this is.
As you flip through, you notice that it is written in French, but it has a lot of illustrations, mainly with magic rings and magic talismans.
Alright.
As you look through it, you see that there are references to Napoleon and to the migrating desert Arab tribes that lived in Egypt in 1860s. Is that Napoleon time?
I don't know.
I'm honestly unsure.
Also of note is that I have 15 points in French, not very many. So, like, I don't know French. I just know some French.
Roll French. Let's see.
Great.
Well,
I don't know much
okay.
at all.
You notice that there's this weird passage that you are able to read, and it's specifically that this wounded Napoleonic soldier was taken in by a Turkish man who is called the Man Who Dwells Within the Pyramids. And he had fantastic magic, which helped this man who was mortally wounded regain his health.
Alright.
Yeah. It's an actual book, too. Cool. I like it.
Yeah.
It's one of my favorite grimoires.
Can I look at the other?
You want to look at the one that's a few pages of fallen out?
No, I want to look at the Book of Abramelin.
Abramelin, you see that this book is specifically the German translation, which is not as good as the French translation.
Not
This
as
book-
good. As accurate, or like, oh, it was so much better. The story was much
No,
more
there's no
well.
story. This is
I know. I was.
for Magic Grimoire, and you would know that the German version of it had a lot of things missing and things that were simply incorrect, while the French version was a more intact version of the manuscript. You know that this is really common for like the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn. and famed occultist Aleister Crowley and Samuel where's got their name?
Alistair Crowley?
No, McGregor, but yeah, Crowley too. Samuel McGregor, is that his name?
Maybe?
Yeah, it's Samuel Little McGregor Mathers.
Huh.
Yes, and these are names of very famous that you would know without having to roll. And this is
Oh,
a
schooled.
pivotal book in Western esotericism.
I see. So clearly, this fella, I'm gathering, has a passing interest at the very least in these magics for whatever reason.
Oh, indeed.
What was that?
Indeed.
Indeed. Um, that's something.
All right. And does anyone give the book, which has a few pages missing?
Well, that's a book about wizards and such, and I don't know about wizards.
Miss Amanda, was it?
Yes, yes.
Would you be willing to let me read that book?
I'm not sure. It's not really our book to read.
Well, we've already read these books.
Hmm,
Well, I at least skimmed it and looked at the pictures, but
I suppose. Just let's hope that he doesn't get too put out.
I feel as if what we may be stumbling upon is a bit beyond being put out. That there's something. It would be wonderful if I could read that book.
All right, I suppose so.
Okay, then I will start. I'm looking for like very skittishly take the book from her and start flipping through.
As you take the book and she hands it to you, I assume with two hands, and it goes into your hands, the spine shifts because it is broken.
Yeah, yes. Be careful.
Oh, okay, I'll move one of my hands to attempt to secure the spine to the book.
Okay. As you open this book, you can tell that this is a very old tome. This is not something like something fashionable to make it look. This is literally a relic from the 1500s.
God damn it, Sly! You made us break the good one.
The what?
I said you made us break the good one.
Yeah, the medievalist inside of me is dying right now.
We're gonna be in so much trouble. All
As
right, so
start flipping through the pages, you notice that the paper is made of different kinds of materials as it goes on.
oh, all right. This this book was clearly made over a long period. It wasn't written in one sitting. This is something cumulative, if you will. I say to my companions.
As you flip through, you see some bits about the revealed knowledge of the Ifrit and the Jinn. Udet.
Sorry, I clicked a bad.
Okay. So you see the revealed information of Ifrits and Jinn. And as you keep on going, it talks about assassin sects and the rituals they do to not get caught. And as you go on farther, about ghouls, devilish cults, the legends of Inner Egypt, the sorcerer's jewel, and other figures are farther in the back, such as rituals of divination, rituals to that were referenced from another part of the book, like it's a addendum, or how would you say that? Appendix?
Yeah.
Yeah, appendix of rituals. And as you're flipping through this section, mostly you see striking similarities to commonplace magic.
Okay. What exactly is commonplace magic?
The kind of magic that you would know of nowadays.
That I would know of what?
Of magic nowadays.
Okay.
Modern magic.
So.
Magic for the working man.
That's called New Avatar Power. Look it up.
I think we need to figure out who that man was next door. Down a few doors, I suppose.
Well, why is that?
I am concerned that there's quite a bit in here, of course, that goes over quite a bit of different disciplines, but there is a possibility, just a possibility, that may have been a coordinated attack by some sort of party which wanted whoever that was dead. I, of course, can't be certain. That seems a bit far-fetched, I have to admit. Mr. Niles seems like an all-right kind of guy, but this particular collection of books leads me to think that maybe I have misjudged him.
Well, that doesn't seem like something that he would do.
The results may surprise you, my dear. Or the truth may surprise you, not the results. I am sorry, the past few hours have really done it.
It's fine. Both make sense. Oh, man.
First, I brought a dead man out of a noose, and then I tackled a man who was shot and continued to attempt to escape, and then I saw whatever the hell that was, and now I'm reading through grimoires from this man who I narrowly know who's invited me to this hotel that I frankly have no business being. None of this seems coincidental to me.
Well, I suppose not, but well, why would Mr. Niles do that?
I honestly haven't the slightest. He hasn't mentioned anything. You know, we've never bonded over my occupation or my fascination with the historical. It seems that this is something which he kept entirely compartmentalized from me. Just seems a bit strange.
Well, I do think that if someone was a wizard, they'd want to hide it. But, well, I don't know.
Again, I'm not quite sure that I would call him a wizard. I think more of a sinister. You know, wizard's fine. Wizard's fine. I just please don't go telling people I told you he was a wizard like he did with the other fellow. With the vampire.
Alright.
What should we do now? What do we do with this information that we've found? Do we confront Mr. Niles? Do we investigate further? Do we just sit here and wait for whatever awaits us? I am so confused, more confused than I've ever been in my entire life.
Well, I don't see how we can ask him about it until he gets back.
That is true. I had a vision while I was sleeping, I guess you could say, and he was there. He was there with 6 other men, right? He was one of the 7. I'm not misinterpreting.
Yeah, he was.
And there was a bright white flash, and he seemed exhilarated, and it did not seem like a sort of a A bright white flash never means anything good historically. I just am concerned. I feel like we should do something, but what do? We can't leave this hotel. Any any ideas, either of you ladies?
I don't know. This all just sounds so far-fetched. But
Miss,
certainly
I don't mean to be rude, but I don't think people like you or I really have any business being in this particular place. And we just happen to get invited here on the night that something this terrible happens by a man just like. I realize it seems far-fetched, but the entire scenario seems far-fetched.
Well, I don't know. There's much I don't understand, but we must be here for some reason.
Aye, but why is just not very clear.
Perhaps because we were just meant to be.
Well, what do you mean by that?
Well, fate. If we weren't
Perhaps.
supposed to be here, we wouldn't be.
Or perhaps we're just pawns in this man's game. I don't see what use we would have.
Well, apparently, the use is destroying his books.
I swear it was not intentional. I would never want to destroy such a lovely intact manuscript.
No, you were definitely acting strange. That, I don't know. That was odd. You were off.
Exactly. There's something at work here. What is at work here? What could it be? Are we in the middle of the end? Is this where we die? Is this where the world dies?
I mean, if the world was going to end, I think it would have ended sometime in 1970.
What?
What do you mean, what?
I'm sorry, I got 1907.
1917.
Okay.
Or maybe 1916, actually, given that a lot of bad stuff happened in 1916. But
Yeah.
we're 1918 with the Spanish. Let's just say that the early 20th century was just kind of crap.
It was not a good time for the world.
No, it wasn't.
For being in the world.
Maybe we should just leave.
Well, we can't leave because the police told us not to.
Oh yeah, that's. I forgot about that.
Perhaps
We could ask them what's going on. Maybe
perhaps
they'll
we
know
should
what
try anyway.
that business was about. Or maybe
That
they just-
business.
Well, yeah, with you seeing all the nonsense in tearing up books and that.
I'm not terribly sure the police will be able to interpret any of that. I think at the very best they will imprison me and see that I have my life taken for ruining a book on.
Well, maybe.
No,
I
there
don't know.
must be a better solution. We could attempt to leave. No one's stopping us, right?
Are there magic police?
Just NYPD with wands.
I mean, sorry, I don't mean to be rude, but is that part of your occupation? Do you know about that kind of thing? Is there people in charge of magic?
Johnson
I never did
looks at
catch what your occupation was.
Pauline and just, what's the word? Amazement. That's a good one.
Befuddlement?
Yes.
Stupefied?
General confusion.
Did you say magic police?
Deep, lingering regret.
Well, yeah. What, you're looking at me like I just told you that pigs can fly. I mean, you were just talking about magic, so is there some kind of authority behind magic? I'm not a magic person, so I wouldn't know.
First of all, right now, all I can think of is the vegan police in Scott Pilgrim.
The vegan police.
I haven't seen Scott Pilgrim, sadly. I
Oh,
know I
God.
need to. I know I need to.
It's
Hey,
there's the
you should
scene where
watch it.
this guy he talks about drinking milk or something, and he's like, "What? Milk's vegan?" And the vegan police come and they shoot him and they like strip him of his title or something. It's been a while, but it's great.
That
Also,
sounds great.
Yeah, that's great.
Sly, are there magic police?
Like horror in Harry Potter.
I mean, magic police? Are you talking about like angels that do the work of God for order?
I don't know. Are there
Like-
magic police?
Like Harry Potter orders.
Yeah.
Do you know what
I
those
don't
are?
know
Orders.
Harry. No, I
God.
don't know anything about Harry Potter.
Ooh.
Basically,
Is
they
there
work
any kind
for...
of authority which is in charge of magical practices in the world, or even just like a area of the world? Like, is there the New York magic police?
I mean, like, technically, in the same way that Catholics, like, hold exorcisms, I imagine that, like, esoteric orders, like the Golden Dawn and stuff like that, would have their own kind of people who go out there to try to secure things that they think other people shouldn't have.
And would I have any connections with such an esoteric order?
Romeo 1d20. Let's see.
Sneaky
What is it? Is it
rolls.
DR?
If you want to roll to the GM, then it's GR, and then /GR, and then you roll.
Is it just GR?
It's just GR.
All
At
right.
least that's the shorthand for it. I don't know. It's normal roll for it.
Okie dokie.
Yes.
You would know that one of the people who have taught you, who promises to take you under their wing and to have you as their supplicant, is part of a wide, you say, hermetic order.
Oh, okay, so could I maybe call this a fella?
Sure. What's
Maybe he
his or her name?
It's Dr. Ronald von Bartlesby.
Ronald von Bartlesby.
Yeah,
Did I get that correct?
that's absolutely right.
Ronald von Bartle.
All right.
He just
So-
prefers Ronald, of course.
As you try the phone, you're connected to the switchboard, and you ask for still Mr.
Yes, operator, could I get a Sir Ronald von Bartlesby?
One moment, sir. And there is a moment of just kind of static, and then you hear the phone start clicking over, and the phone is answered.
Hello, Sir Ronald?
Yes, who is this?
This is Johnson M. Longest.
Ah, yes.
I've stumbled into a bit of a situation and was hoping I could get some advice.
Money?
No,
Oh.
no, nothing like that. I simply am at odds with everything I understand about the world, and I need some
Oh, I see. Not the
wisdom.
time for jokes. Hmm. You hear him flipping through some paperwork. And what kind of expertise may I help you with this evening?
Well, there's a man I'm acquainted with, and he has invited me to the Weatherly Hotel, and had to go to some play, I believe Faust. And as I sat in his room, a few doors down, there was a man who, by simple signs, committed suicide. But as I gazed upon him, I could see him scratching, clawing at his neck, attempting to free himself from the rope. And yet, when I touched him, he was cold. And no one seemed to see him the same way that I did. Beyond that, this man has a collection of strange treasures and old books with a lot of very niche magic.
Niche, you say? How niche?
Well, something from protection from faceless and hornless ones and the Black Pharaoh, and then there's this
Hornless or the bornless?
that was I think was it not hornless?
It wasn't hornless, it was bornless.
Whoops, it's bornless then. I apologize. I'm very flustered right now. There's much happening, and then as I laid my head down to rest, I suddenly was taken by some entity. It was a woman, but she was very, very inhumanly tall, and she had no head, no face, and pincers? There were pincers, right?
Yeah, there were pincers.
Yeah, the
I
best
think
part of the whole
there's-
thing was that Sly never really told you what you looked like. He just kept referencing parts of your body which were abnormal. Like, he was like,
Right.
and so then you go to pick up the thing with your pincer. And we're like, wait, whoa, pincers?
On there.
And then she took me to some place, this sort of a grand library in some unknown dimension, and there was a pedestal with crystals, and I touched the crystal, and I could see the depth and length of human success and folly, and there was death and empires, and then there was this man and a bright flash. It was all very cryptic. There was a lot going on.
Calm yourself, young one. Take
I
respite now while you can.
what was that?
Take respite now while you can. You said his book had information for protecting one from the bornless one.
Yes, that's right, sir.
You see, the bornless one is simply another way of saying the headless. Literally is the Deus which you become initiated to. He is the true form of God, the first form of God. Why would need someone to protect themselves from God?
They should be ringing some kind of alarm bell.
So, just to be clear, this man is not protecting himself from anything harmful. He is protecting himself from something benign.
I did not say this. I am simply saying that if you of antiquity, and in that book of antiquity, you see a ritual which protects you from God Almighty, I do not trust that book and yet want it in my collection. Now, let me tell you, you get me this book, and I will make sure that you are whatever fraternal order you desire. It sounds fascinating and not something I have ever heard of.
I will make an effort. I suppose it all depends on evading this.
You see, Bornless One came about from Egypt. He was the god before Ra, the god before all things. Headless meaning that he had no birthing. That's why he's also called the Bornless One, of course. But headless as that he has no right mind, no way to control it. And the initiates must understand that God's right is both furious and merciful at the same time. He makes no distinction between the two. But to protect oneself from God itself would be quite... Well, I would like to see more of what this book has within it.
Certainly, I'll make an effort to get myself and my companions out of here with.
So that is the first thing. And you say he has odd, eclectic items?
Indeed.
Could you run me through at least one?
Well, I recall that there are sitting, leaning against the wall right now. In fact, totem poles that look as if they come from the the southeast of Asia, sort of those dark corners of the world.
The Gabusi tribe.
I need
No bells?
no bells, keeper.
It's fine.
Understand?
How well do you know French Polynesia?
Not very.
Exactly.
I just love the voice that this guy has. Where like
No bells, Sir Ronald.
you just Sir Ronald.
Where?
Oh, the Kabusu tribe. Yes.
Gebusi.
Kabusi. See,
It's a
I
real
don't know
thing.
them. Yeah, I know. I just don't know. I didn't just know what you said. It sounded like Kabusu.
Gebusi.
Ah, the Gary Busey tribe.
Yes, feared for their teeth and their wild eyes.
Gary Busey tribe.
And he also has a number of a not insignificant amount of pottery that looks like it comes from a number of cultures, including but not limited to ancient Greece and Egypt.
And what is on the Greek one?
There's a fella killing another fella.
It's all Greek to me, but
One's a bull.
Is there any chance that is Iranian?
That sounds correct. Out of character, my brain is failing me. Did you say
I mean, honestly, it's starting to fail for me as well.
You're free to roll, man.
What am I fucking rolling here? History?
Occult? History?
Cult? I'll take a cult. Fuck.
DM just can't. DM can't like extend a favor and remind you.
no.
I didn't say nothing about it. I didn't say it was from
Okay. I
Iran.
thought you said the bull was the myth of
Mithras, yeah. But Mithras is
Mithras.
an Indo-Iranian god. You don't know that shit.
I thought there was an I somewhere in there. I don't know. I do not know if it is Iranian. I apologize, Sir Ronald.
And finally, you say a woman visits you in your sleep.
She had the body of a woman. She certainly had no face or hands. Nor did she have a voice.
And I have one more question for you. Were you in that body when you woke up?
That body?
Body that visited you.
Of sorts, yes. I certainly had her pincers. I don't know about her face. And I had some sort of conical protrusion instead of legs. I became some sort of mollusk.
I think you need to lay off your indulgence. But I will keep the offer standing. You get me that book in. And he hangs up the
Hold on, it cut out for me there. Sorry. What did he say before he hung up the phone? Get me that book and
Get me that book, and you're in any order you want.
okay. I was really hoping he could give me some advice, but that's even better. I'm into that. All right, I called up a colleague of mine, and I have a solution to the problem.
Okay.
Whatever is going on here is sinister and evil, and we need to make sure that these books do not remain. We are endangering the world if we leave them in this particular place.
Well, that's not very good.
All right. So where does he want?
What was that?
Where are we? What are we supposed to do with them? Then?
I'm not sure. He may have a method of disposal. For now, we should attempt to take them and get them away from here. I guess I have a satchel, if, that's all right. Alternatively, we could split them up if you think that's better, but frankly, I don't see the merit. Better to give them to me and at least make me a target in the event that something awful happens. You two can continue to live whatever sort of lives you have.
So the crazy guy who destroyed the book wants the book.
Well, at this point,
Hey, I'm not crazy.
I disagree.
There was a period of time where you were.
there was a
There
period
was.
of time.
But the
Was he
time
really
is long
crazy, or is he just kind of having an unforced error? Or a forced error?
We'll see. Yeah, unforced would mean that he was crazy.
Yes, he was having a very forced error.
Possessed or perhaps. Well, I do not object.
All right.
Excellent. I guess I gather up the pages and attempt to, gently put them inside of the manuscript, which is now torn, and grab the other 2 books and place them in my satchel.
Okay then.
As for now, how do we get out of here? Should we attempt to walk through the front door?
Well, I don't see why not.
Well,
Worst case, we get told to come back, so,
possibly, or they search us and take these belongings and give them back to the man who does not need. Alternatively, we could attempt to go through some sort of a service exit or scale the side of the building, although I don't think that's a good idea.
I don't think I can get down the side of a building.
Frankly, I don't either.
And I don't really want to.
This was before fire escapes, right?
No, they were a thing. Poor people used to sleep on them at night when there were heat waves.
Oh. We could try the fire escape. Thoughts?
Fortunately for us, fire escapes were invented, but fire alarms on doors were not. Huzzah.
Heyo.
Maybe. I don't know. Maybe Sly's gonna pull a fast one and there's gonna be a loud ass alarm on this door.
Dun, dun,
Surprise, we're actually in steampunk New York.
Nandeo.
Device for that.
All right, so do you guys like trying to look for a fire escape outside your window, or are you trying to go down the hallway to find the fire escape door to get to the actual metal part of it? What are you guys doing?
Is there a non-metal part of the fire escape?
I guess not.
That's a good
I'll
question.
go ahead and poke my head out the window and see if it's on this side of the building. Does this side of the building face the street?
It does.
So
Of course
probably
it
not
does.
this
He's
side.
in a rich man's room.
It
All right.
overlooks Central.
Wow.
We could always
Overlook
just
Central Park.
take
Wow.
the stairs down.
Again, I'm concerned that they'll have someone watching out for us,
Hmm.
which might not only mean we unsuccessfully complete our task, it may also mean harm for us. To be clear, I should tell you what I've learned from my these spells of protection I spoke about earlier. I was incorrect. I thought they were for protection from some sort of malevolent being. That is not the case. They are for protection from the God Almighty himself. Now, I don't know about you, but generally, when I think I need protection from, it is not a benevolent deity. That screams suspicion to me.
Yeah, that is that's a bit odd.
So it doesn't seem like much of a jump to assume that any creature that wants protection from God has no problem with doing ungodly acts. We don't want to end up like that man down the hall.
No, we do not.
So I say for now we stick to the fire escape. Now everything I know about civil engineering and construction, which admittedly is not a lot, says that the fire escape will be on either the left or right side of the building. That is adjacent to the street, but not next. I figure we can take that, get down, and perhaps escape into the crowd of walking people, or take alleys to get away. What are your feelings, friends?
Sure.
All right then, shall we split up and search, or would you all like to look in a party? Generally, I feel like staying in numbers is better.
Yeah, probably.
Well, let us begin our search. Do you all have any things in here? I'd hate for you to lose something important.
I don't think I have anything.
Well, then I suppose off we go.
Off we go.
All right,
for
so
We're off
as
to
you-
see the wizard.
As you get to the door, you hear a loud ruckus
As I
that's
quote him.
happening down at the bottom of the atrium. And you noticed it while you guys were talking, but it's been getting louder and louder, and people are very angry. And as you open the door, you can hear one guy yell out, "I can't believe he fucking threw it! You know, if that motherfucker's dead, he fucking deserved it."
What?
That's it. That's our way out.
They destroyed the radio. Because
Video's fine.
Oh, is it? Oh, I was thinking maybe that's where like you set up the radio, then somebody got upset because his fighter lost, so he threw the radio out the window in a fit of rage.
Oh, I thought he meant, I can't believe he threw the match.
Yeah, that's what.
Yeah.
Oh. Oh.
Yeah, can you fucking believe he was just standing there like a fucking retard, completely open?
So we can use this. Surely there's a lot of stuff going down there. We can definitely escape easily.
Yeah, I'm sure we
Pending.
can just cause a ruckus.
I believe the ruckus is already caused, madam.
Well, yeah, but we can be a part of the ruckus, you know?
Aye, that sounds like it may even be a bit of fun. So what do you say we go celebrate the champion's loss?
Sure. I'm not
Are we
much of a
celebrating a
boxer.
morning?
It doesn't matter as long as we get the hell out of here.
Fair enough.
I guess I'll start leading them down the stairs if they're willing to follow me.
As you go down the stairs, you do still see that blood pile, the blood pool from where the man was shot in the leg. And it has turned into a very nasty brownish yellow.
Oh,
It is still
Whoops.
very watery.
like pee? Does it look like urine?
It looks like when you donate, you know, your white blood cells.
Oh, platelets.
Plasma.
Yeah, plasma.
Yeah.
There we go, plasma. It looks like old plasma.
Hmm.
That's disconcerting.
So do you go down the stairs?
I believe that was the idea, the plan.
All right. So as you're going down the stairs, the people on the bottom floor are causing such a ruckus that you do notice that the police officer who did say he was going to speak to you, Johnson, and who did speak to the rest of the people upon viewing the hanged body, he is trying to get them to disperse and quit being so rowdy.
Awesome. So I guess we just go down the stairs and attempt to get out while he's distracted.
All right.
We can stop at the bottom and you know I'll ask him. You guys, do either of you have any good ideas for prolonging this, or do you think we should just go?
Well, I think we can just go.
I got nothing.
All right, then let's get out of here, and we can
Let's
bolt to the
leave.
exit.
All right. I want everyone to give me a 1d20.
Privately?
Whisper.
Nah, you can just do it.
Well, that's a 1.
That's a 5. Wow, we're pretty shit.
Well, we don't know. Maybe low is
Don't we
good.
want to be shit?
So, as you hear the commotion, you hear one person yell out, "I can't believe I lost $200 fucking dollars!" And then the cop says, "Oh yeah, how'd you lose that?" And you see him kind of grabbing his cuffs.
Ooh. You've done a bad.
Uh-oh.
And while that is going on, you have your exit.
Yes. So we slide on out, and I assume we're in the street now?
As you leave the front door, you notice that there are no doormen. and you push your way through, trying to be quick or trying to be stealthy.
Both.
I'll start with stealth. Yeah, as
Alright.
fast as we can with making
Crouch run.
all of it possible. We just know to run out of there.
All right. And you get into the street. Well, you get out of the building. Let's just say, and you see that a lot of people are staring at you three. Not everyone. A lot of people are still walking down the street, but you do notice that there are people staring at you, and once they lock eyes on you, they cease moving.
Probably because we're crouch running.
All right, you all.
By order of the Jarl, stop right there.
By order of the Jarls.
Stop right there, criminal
Stop right
scum.
there.
You violated the law.
It's
He's
somebody
going
take-
to find or
violated the law.
serve your sentence. Wait, that's not what he says.
Why won't you die?
Pay your fine or pay your fine or serve your sentence. Your stolen goods are now forfeit.
There we go. That's the bit.
I'll look past it just this one time.
Stop. You violated the law. There's a specific line where he says it very, like he sounds disappointed. He's really sad that you violated the law. He's not upset. He's real disappointed in you. You violated the law. Nobody does that.
Because you're a hero.
You're
Heroes
the
don't
court of
do
Yeah,
that.
fine.
because you're
Your
literally
sentence.
like, yeah, you're the savior
You're-
of the...
Yeah. You are Chim.
Yeah.
Here you roll.
Oh, hey.
So,
Are we making Morrowind references?
Well, Chim is all Elder Scrolls.
We were making Oblivion references before, but yeah.
I mean, I don't know how often Chim gets mentioned past that point.
Yeah, right. I mean, you have to do some searching to link up Talos with Chim, but it gets there.
Yeah, Elder Scrolls gets pretty weird the more you look into it, which I like,
And
but it
Skyrim,
makes it
Physic
harder
Order,
for me to understand.
which is kind of similar, I think. I don't know, actually.
I forgot about this video.
Oh yeah, it's
Is that
great.
not what you were referencing?
No, that line is just iconic.
Yeah, I know.
That's-
But
there's-
like,
There was a whole. Have you heard the song?
No.
I haven't.
Have you heard of the High Elf?
Have you heard of the High Elves?
Did you hear of those warriors from Hammerfell? They have curved swords. Curved
They had huge
swords.
I always made such a strange emphasis on that. Like,
Curved swords. Ulfric.
let me guess, someone stole your sweet
Alright.
roll.
Alright.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Like,
That went off. That went off
Call
way
of
too
Cthulhu.
long than it should have. All right.
Wait,
No.
this is important.
No.
I just
Oh,
need to
no,
close
what is
that.
it?
We're good.
No.
All right, so here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna act nice and actually, I'm gonna start walking and attempt to, gesture them to follow
I will follow
Just-
them.
in any direction down the sidewalk.
All right. You would know that Ronald's abode is not too far from
All
this
right,
hotel.
Then we'll start going that way. In the meantime, I'll say we have to act natural and just keep your eyes out. There's some suspicious people around today.
Yeah, everybody's staring at us.
Everybody?
Well, not everybody.
There
but,
are
like,
quite a few. Just
more people are staring at me than I'm used to.
if we manage to get a block down and there's still a great many people staring at us, we're gonna take an alley. Don't worry, I live in the city. I know my way around. He says with some confidence.
As you're walking down the street, anyone have a look or a spot hidden? Anything?
What now? Oh,
I don't
yeah,
have
I
any
do.
sort of
I do.
useful skills.
What are
Hold
skills?
on.
I mean, I have a basic 25% because, spot hidden, but
What skill do you want specifically?
Boom.
Anything to see something.
Oh, I
mean,
can
that's
spot hidden as well.
isn't it? That's basically it. Sure. Sure, I'll just do it. I failed.
All right.
Oh, nuts. That's slightly less than double my actual. Oh well.
Hey, you and Joji got the same roll.
Wow.
Yeah, with different values, oddly enough.
Same roll.
Yeah.
All right. So, as you look, Johnson, I assume that everyone else who is normal at this point would think that you're just this like really like tweaked out person. You're just kind of like looking around. And you're holding this bag close to you, and as you look off, you are pretty sure you see Niall, and he is staring at you. He's not walking. He is standing on the side of a
On the side of a road?
crowd. Yeah, amongst the crowd.
All right, how far is he?
He is. You see that big picture of all those people?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, he would be like that 1, 2, 3, 4, fifth building down the road, the left side.
Okay, so can we call it like so are we cool calling it like 300 meters?
How the hell do you even see that in this crowd?
I've got eyes, I guess.
I'm
Is that
guessing the
fair to
crowd
say,
isn't that
or is he
big.
closer than that?
I would say that's good enough. Yeah, that works.
All right. Our host seems to have spotted us.
What? Who? Niles?
Yes, the man.
And do you point over to him or try to?
No, I do not point over to him. I do not make any indication.
Where is
that
he? Should we be trying to hide ourselves or?
I'm not sure that we can exactly.
You can't keep your bead on him. The 1 second you're looking at him, the next second as you talk to Pauline and you break eye contact, when you try to look again, he's not there.
All right, we need to move. We need to move quickly. Follow me, and I guess we'll kind of pick up the pace. Go to a brisk walk.
All right.
Go. Action.
So you're going through a brisk walk, a brisk walk
We're gonna walk through
Yes.
disc.
down the road, and you take a
I
side
remember
road.
that town in Hammerfell.
You
Never
take
mind. Never mind.
a quick a side road, and as you keep going, you do notice that there are people still staring at you. And just like the other
Oh.
people, they aren't moving. And-
Do I have blood? Can I check my body? Do I have blood on me or something from the?
Yeah, you can check.
Okay, I'd like to. Oh no, I don't have time to check. Never mind.
All right, you do not stop, and you keep on moving forward. All right. Yeah, you are still being stared at by a bunch of random people who don't seem to be the same couple people that are just kind of like trying to follow you.
Right. How close are we to Sir Ronald's place?
About 2 blocks over, but you know that the quickest way would be through 2 alleys.
That seems dangerous. All right. Here's what we're gonna do, ladies. We're gonna take her right into this alley, and you just follow. Stay close. Don't don't lollygag. No lollygagging. Is that what they say?
Yeah, they say it. Yep.
Yep.
Or do they say quit that lollygagging? I don't. It doesn't matter. Anyway, I I just want to make an effort to get there as soon as we can.
Okay. So as you're going down the alleyway, you feel a presence, and you hear steps behind you.
Oh.
Do you look behind you?
No.
Are what's the speed? Are the steps matching our speed?
They are getting quicker.
Well, I
Alright.
think it's about time we accelerate.
Ladies, we need to run. Yeah. Let's just
Okay.
flat out
So
sprint.
you don't look back. Is this
No.
correct?
Don't
Oh,
look
no,
back.
we
I don't want
are-
to turn
we
into
are-
a pillar of salt.
That's the worst. I guess that's pretty bad. Yeah.
Am I being told not to look behind me?
No, I never said it. Shoot.
Okay, I'll look behind me then. see
All right.
why the hell we're running.
You look behind you, and you feel caught up in the moment, and it all kind of drops. And you notice there's no one behind you. There's no crowd, really, that's looking at you from the sidewalk.
Shit.
Everything seems perfectly normal, Pauline.
Should one of us grab her and by the hand and just drag?
I mean, I'm still running with you guys, I assume.
Are you?
It's just there's nothing behind us. Well,
Keeper.
what? Am I?
No, I'm saying keeper. Does that sound like the situation?
I kind of saw it as you like stopping and looking back behind you.
Oh, in that case,
I was just trying to look behind me over my shoulder because I'm running along with these people who seem terrified.
And you are in heels.
Yeah.
Just saying. All right. So yeah,
I
you
am.
do notice that she turns over her head over her shoulder, and her speed is not quite on pace. And she
Oh, I'll
sees
just-
nothing.
Well, what? What are we running from? There's nothing there.
I'm just gonna grab her by the hand and start tugging. Because I think the
Pauline,
rest of us hear the steps. Yeah.
Yes, I certainly do.
All right.
Pauline, you are being grabbed.
Yeah.
Do you want to keep that going, or do
What?
you want to fight that?
I mean, sure, I could come along. Do I have to roll something so I don't fall over? I don't know. I don't know what's going on.
Well, if you were to fight it, I would say it would be size and strength
I'm not
versus
gonna-
their size and strength.
Oh man,
I'm not
this is
gonna
not gonna
fight
end
it.
well.
Okay,
You know.
you're not fighting it, but you're being dragged along.
Come on.
Hurry, just keep running. We don't know what's behind us. There's something there, though.
But I can't see anything.
You can't trust your eyes. Don't you remember
Whatever.
Shoot,
The
why
man-
not?
that man seemed perfectly alive to me, but he was dead. He was dead, Paul.
I thought you said he was some sort of like what something.
Yes, I was incorrect. I am most certainly certain that he was not. He was a dead body, and I simply did not understand what was happening.
I'm so confused.
So am I, but
As
we
am
are
I.
running right now.
And as you get out of the alleyway, it opens up into the street, and you see the tenement building that Ronald lives in. You know
Alright.
that he has an entire floor to himself.
Say again?
Let's
He has an entire floor of a tenement building to himself.
Wait,
That's a lot.
what?
all right, ladies, we're almost there. Just keep going.
Wait, if he has an entire tenement floor to himself, then who are the other people there?
The other floors.
Oh, coming up.
I really hope that I haven't just devoted myself to helping an evil order get their hands on a very powerful book.
Yeah, I'm getting that
Who
vibe.
can say?
I choose to believe that I trust Johnson's judgment.
They're only willing to, give you anything that you want. They even phrased it that way.
What if we just yeeted this thing into the Hudson?
Yo,
It would find a way to come back.
It's the mask.
Yeah, it finds itself in your pocket. Well, not your pocket, but your.
Okay,
You feel a weird
okay,
piece of
okay.
paper in your pocket. As you unfold it, you see some Latin.
It's a book.
Latin letters. Okay, yeah, you
So
get
is
there, and there is a metal kind of screen door that goes to the next door, and it's just a common brownstone. And you'd know that he's on floor 3.
Okay, so do we just prance our way up, or do we need to press a button? Or...
There's nothing like that in this whole building.
Oh, beautiful. Then I guess I'll start ascending.
As you start stomping your way up the stairs, your steps echo loudly.
Ooh, that was a mistake.
All right. Are you going up? Or are you stopping?
Me or the ladies?
You.
I'm gonna keep going. I guess
Alright.
I'll
I'm gonna
slow down
follow
and
him.
try to be
Yeah,
quieter.
I see. Okay, so as you try to be more quiet, you do notice that the girls' shoes are very loud on
Clack,
these
clack,
kind of
clack,
empty
clack, clack.
stairs, and it echoes very loudly.
Right. In that case, I give up on that and I just go back to speed. Fuck it.
So you get to the third floor, and you have this feeling that the walls are starting to close in.
Right, because I'm insane. It doesn't matter. I need to find
Just
the
a
door.
hair.
I'll find his door and just start pounding on it.
Okay, you pound on the third floor.
Isn't he the top floor? Is third floor the top, or is there more?
There's more.
Oh shit! Then I keep running. I assumed that I would not stop until I was at the top floor.
He's on the third floor.
Oh, I thought. Fuck. Okay.
That
Well,
was
then we're
the-
gonna
that was
keep
the
running.
hotel.
No, he's on the third floor. Oh, well then I'm gonna stop here. Yeah, but he's at the top floor.
I thought it was said that he was at the top floor. I'm sorry. I'm
It's
the worst.
okay. It's okay.
We're just following you.
I want to know how badly I fucked up the world.
You see that on his door that there are engravings of runes, and as you cross the threshold into his floor, his flat, as you would call it, I guess, you feel a feeling of relief wash over you. You are somewhere familiar. You're with someone who knows what they're doing.
Okay. I guess I'll call Sir Ronald. Are you home? Are you here?
Yes, in the back.
All right. I'll shut the door behind us, but lead my companions along.
Okay. And as you go to the back room, which you know he basically keeps for making jewelry and different kind of rings for ancient rituals.
Well, that's neat.
As you come in, you see that he's got a magnifying glass into his eye socket. You know, in that way that how they, kind of do the half smile to try to get
Yeah.
that cheek fat and their upper eyelid to just kind of clasp on. Yeah.
Mhm.
And he's working on affixing a gem to a simple silver band.
Sir Ronald, I hate to trouble you, but it seems that our host caught on to us. He was following us. I think it's hard to be positive. Is there anything that I can do to attempt to keep him out?
You see that he takes out his eyepiece and puts it to the side. I'm afraid if he has protection from God, I have no protection for you.
We can't just. I
Right,
don't
but
know.
surely he can't just. Sorry, I just used that exact phrase.
Surely he.
But we have the book.
Oh yes, the book. If you'll just give me one moment. And you see that he's trying to make sure that the gem is affixed into the signet ring. And he puts it down, and he stands up, and he says, "So, if you would like to make yourself comfortable, I think I heard a couple other people enter behind you. They're free to make themselves comfortable as well."
Oh Christ!
Now, may I see the book?
Before I hand it to you, you can assure me that no harm will come to the greater human population if I give you this book, correct?
I can assure you that no harm will come to humanity. Now, may I please have the...
I guess I hand him the manuscript.
And do you reach into the sack of the 3 books and give it to him, or do you just put the sack in front of him with the books?
Yes.
Or...
I specifically reach out and grab the book, and as I hand it to him, I say, "I'm sorry. It's not in great condition. There was an incident."
Oh. And he looks at it, and he seems genuinely sad at its condition. and he kind of gives it like he puts two hands on it and kind of like slides his hands back and forth, and you can see that the spine is just like shifting with every move of his hands.
But is it fixing itself?
No.
Oh. That makes me sad.
He's not a wizard.
That's where you're wrong, kiddo.
He takes the book in hand and he
Please.
goes towards his the one tenement building that he has specifically set up as his library. There's not many seats and there's even fewer tables, but the entire walls are bookshelves.
I feel like he's just the head of a different wizard mob, competing with the one that we've been messing with.
And you see him take out a couple books, and he opens the tome that you've given him, Johnson, and he looks. There's a sparkle of glee in his eye.
Don't worry, we can trust this man.
And you see that he goes over to a shelf and takes a massive encyclopedia-sized book and plops it down on the table. And says, you're just going to have to give me some time to translate the important parts.
By all means. Say, do you know who the two individuals who entered your home were?
My home? Oh, this place. No, not at all. I just assumed since they followed you and they closed the door behind themselves that they weren't assassins or we'd be dead.
I suppose that is, practical at the very
You live
least.
to this age, my boy, you find there's nothing to truly fear.
I'll take your word for it. Well, ladies, shall we, make ourselves at home?
I mean, sure, we're being chased by an invisible creature, but, I guess we can make tea.
An invisible creature, you say? Now, why didn't you tell me about this, Johnson?
I
Yeah,
didn't realize it was
Johnson.
invisible.
Well, something was
realize
making
that there was
stepping
a
noises
creature.
behind us.
Yes, and I was certain it was. I did not look at it.
It was making stepping sounds, so it at least was corporeal enough to put force upon the ground to make the sound of steps.
Yes.
So no simple ghost. And you say that this thing was bound to you since you touched the...
No. It seems to have only been since we left the hotel.
He's going through it. And he goes to a where there's pages missing. And he kind of frowns and says, "Where is this page?"
Hold on. I'm pretty sure I specified that I gathered up the pages.
Yeah, we're not missing any pages, are we?
I'll rifle through my bag and see if I missed any. Did I miss any?
No.
I'm absolutely positive that we grabbed every single page that was in the room with us.
This is troubling. And he looks at it again, and he goes back to the library, and he pulls off another book from the shelf. And he's looking at it quite intently and says, "Ah, yes. You see, this is the book of quite the man. Well, to say I know the man would be quite the exaggeration, but I have read his work, to the point that I feel like I've lived his life.
Which man?
Ludwig Prynne. The man who wrote this book, of
Ah, I see.
the famed alchemist, the necromancer, the self-appointed mage. He says that he lived for thousands before he was burned in Brussels.
Oh, burned, you say?
Yes, it's actually quite interesting. His last word, Satan, was quite the lovely...
You are reading like 1 for 5.
I caught that. That clipped out a lot.
Satan has been quite the lovely follower.
Huh.
Okay. couldn't be something cliche like time is but a door, death's but a window, I'll be back, or something trite.
No, it's actually quite interesting that he called Satan a follower.
Maybe it's just ego.
Perhaps. But looking through this book, protection from God. Protection from the Bornless One. It seems so juvenile and droll. The more I look at this, the more these blasphemous pages hold more knowledge than my mind could ever give you.
So, what do we do now?
Well, clearly the person who had this book, the entity therein, wants it back.
I imagine that we do not want to comply.
If something was smart enough to find this book and use it, I mean, even God may die.
Wouldn't that be impossible? You know, all-knowing, all-being. I feel like
Yes, all that
this-
is would cease to exist.
Oh,
Why?
Well, that's not
Why
something
would
that we
any?
can let happen.
No, of course not.
how would you even go about doing that?
Why would any entity seek that out?
Oh, it's clearly written right here.
Oh,
And
okay.
as I quote, to end the God of existence, to end existence that is. Shall I go on?
I mean,
I'm not positive. I suppose so.
what, you just...
I think I could use a drink.
I feel like the whole concept's a bit outlandish. I mean, how do you kill God?
Well, clearly, from summoning a god even older than himself. A god things. Perhaps to toy with humanity without something protecting it.
And this older god will just be complicit?
I mean, we don't know the will of God. If there is an older one than he, then we wouldn't know his mind either.
That
A mere pantsig fancy could completely ignite the world in flame. And everything that the creator and defender of this entire universe could do to stop him is literally cancelled in this book as he holds it up with one hand.
So, if it's so dangerous, why don't we just, I don't know, hide it, destroy it?
I think that these things are quite useful and should be kept for the posterity of knowledge.
I hate to be disrespectful, Sir Ronald, but you feel the posterity of knowledge is more important than the existence of everything.
Well, as long as he doesn't have this, he doesn't have very much now, does he?
I suppose.
But you very clearly just said that if he wanted you dead, if he wanted us dead, we would be dead.
And we are still alive.
That does not instill courage in me.
We could die at any moment, dear son.
Aye, but at least everything would continue on without us.
But would you even know that it continued?
For Denny's favors, I'll say.
Was that?
Oh, I was being snarky.
I didn't hear it, that's why.
I was saying you're not doing my heart any favors, I'll say that.
Yeah, right.
All of my characters are unified by their ability to snark, for better or for worse.
Fair enough.
I'm still unclear on what we are to do. All I'm really gleaning from this is that we're powerless to do it.
Well, let's think about this reasonably. There are things in this universe which we do not understand, which do not wish us harm. They have their own agenda. Correct?
I would suppose so.
Intelligences beyond our mind that care not for the plights of simple men and women.
Aye.
None of these have come down to strike us.
You're breaking up again.
None of these have come down to strike us.
Then we just simply continue to exist. We just live our lives in ignorance. There's nothing we can do to. I'm still. Then what was the point of me bringing this book? What was the point of me doing anything today, or at any point in my life?
Well,
There
it
must
adds
be
to my
one.
collection. Yes.
I see.
You
Then,
seem quite troubled.
aye, there's a man following me who I believe wants to kill me.
All
These
the
things-
power in the world that could keep him away is keeping him away. Or if it's powerless, then he could simply open the door.
And at that moment, the door flings open. Somebody just joined?
It's Bushmaster.
Hi guys.
Hey,
Just
He
got 20
opens
minutes
the door.
forward.
That was a great time to enter.
I know, right? Hey, is your
Alright.
character about to like walk onto the stage? Because you picked a good time to do it.
I don't think he has one, but who knows?
Oh,
I think he did roll one, but
Oh, did he?
Bushmaster
Alright,
himself walks in.
yeah, he had quite the day of cattle farm.
Just a big fourth wall break.
Oh man.
Yeah, just listening for 20 minutes, guys.
Alright.
I-
All
That's
right.
fine. I think I think we might wrap up soon. I don't know.
Yeah, that
Yeah,
makes
It's been a
sense.
while.
I'm feeling
Yeah.
kind of. I've been starting to feel like a little bit lost. And it's not your fault or anything.
Yeah.
I feel like I've just hit some kind of mental limit for some reason.
I love it.
I just
I
all
think
I'm
that's
all I'm
intended.
getting is existential dread.
Then the mythos has worked.
Next
Exactly.
time I
The
need
game
some
has done
chocolate chip
what it's-
cookies
what
or
its job.
something.
I don't know.
What was that?
So where were we? Right. No point in anything. It's
Oh my boy, there's more than nothing. There is determination, there is will, and there is God. You'd think
Doesn't-
studying the Kabbalah would do something for that mind of yours.
What's this about determination?
Yes, it's part of humanity. To be determined, to have a desire, to not be aimless in life. It's what the occult teaches. That even if you have a wrong direction, you have a direction.
I see. So then I suppose I should commit to confronting whatever is in the next room, eh?
I don't recommend you throw your life away to a force that has followed you and stalks you. I will give you that.
Well, then, any suggestions?
Well, the runes I have in the world me from quite the evil spirit, but the spirits that you speak of manifest in physical anomaly, and that is not something that I am skilled in.
So then we could attempt to leave through some other entrance, but then that just leaves you with two entities of which we are not certain of the objective, or power of. Meaning, at this point, it is possible that your entire collection is forfeit. Yes?
These books aren't much more than just resource, so I don't have to memorize them myself.
What do you mean they're more than just a resource?
Well, when I have a library, it means that I cannot concentrate that information in my mind. As such, the tomes I have many blasphemous things. This is no real difference to those. except in its means. But I get ahead of myself. I do know someone who is at minimal skilled in physical manifestation of spirits, and even has said has defeated all dead gods. But his study of them is quite... it is not for gentlemen or ladies.
Then who is it for?
Those who wish to slash themselves and spill their own blood.
Sorry, run the one by me one more time.
Those who wish to slash themselves and spill their own blood.
Ah, yes, I can see why it's not fit for just about any.
Yes, but the old gods want their old desires. A god that accepts sacrifice will never accept anything less.
And I apologize, but how exactly does this tie into our situation? Are we going to call up this friend?
I can acquaint myself with his circle. Well, the problem is I don't know where he exactly is. He could be in anywhere from Brisbane to Sicily.
I apologize. I suppose I should be more clear. I don't understand what exactly the solution to the problem that we face right now is. If we leave, I can't imagine that you continue to live. And if you cease to live, I don't see the point in you having this collection or this book of untold horror.
Then I guess our only choice is to venture forth and find someone who can deal with this. At least someone who believes in it more than I.
What does that mean? Who believes in it more than?
Well, this is simple. I mean, to say that you are more powerful than God, it is simply the kind of talk that novice mages do all the time. They're able to do the simplest of parlor tricks and think that they are ordained. I don't believe the words in here, but I believe that Johnson believes. And I believe that whatever wants this book also believes as much as Johnson, if not more.
Belief gives it power.
I mean, there are many studies that go to that exact case. That there are many gods across the world, many different expertises, and yet with different names, they all seem to be the same.
So, what's the plan? We find somebody else who also believes and use it against Niles?
Niles is his name.
Yes, yes. Well,
Yeah, that's our
Not
friend.
maybe.
He's your friend. You know him, and
Well-
he's chasing you as an incorporeal monster.
Well,
Is
I
he
don't
the
know. I didn't know that he
incorporeal
was
monster?
chasing us as a monster. That's what this fella just told us. And I didn't see any monster or anything.
Did anyone actually say that they saw Niles in the crowd staring at us? Because I thought they were the only one who did actually see.
I mentioned it.
Okay.
I don't know. He's said that he's been seeing things. I'm not sure if any of them are really real, but well, it just has me worried.
Oh yes, that does remind me, the seeing things. I specifically brought this book. Come, let us have tea, and we will discuss your visages. They are actually quite similar to this. And he holds out a leather book. And I think that's where we're gonna end.
All right.
Dun.
I am.
You think what?
Whoa.
He cut off again. I don't know what he
He
said.
said, "I think that's where we're going to end.
Oh, okay.
It's a cliffhanger. There's a book, but what could the book hold?" that is in store. For us.
Presumably the visions.
Well, yes, that's what he said. But who knows what the book could hold in store? Find out next week on Call of Cthulhu.
And just a little teaser. There's the piece of like white tape on it, and like in a marker written, the Madman's Diary.
The Madman's Diary. You're a madman now.
I'm losing.
Longus Johnson, you're a madman.
Kind of him to note that he is a madman. Like, you're writing this and you have the wherewithal to say, yeah, I'm pretty crazy. I should probably note that.
I think they probably found it from somebody who is deceased and was or.
Oh. I was just kind of hoping that was like the intent of the writer. Just like, yeah, better warn, like caveat.
I mean, that was a little bumpy, I'll admit, but that was okay.
That was a lot of fun.
That was great. That was interesting. I'm sorry if I did a poor job of participating.
I thought.
No, you were fine.
You're fine. Go ahead, Joji.
Sorry, I pretty much missed the whole thing.
It would be funny.
It is recorded.
It is.
Yep, you can catch up.
Yeah.
I liked it. I did wish that my Vice could have had more appearances, as well as all of ours, I think. But
Same.
Yeah.
I'm sure it'll happen more in the future.
Oh, absolutely.
I was thinking about, having a sample instead of lying down, but I wasn't positive.
Yeah, I was gonna ask you, are you sleeping? Are you laying down?
Yeah, that was kind of the idea.
You just imagine you with your arm and your, and you're just tightening your tie on your arm. 1 second.
Oh my god, he comes out, he like does fall asleep after that, and then he comes out to get the book, and his sleeves pulled up, and he has a rubber.
The needle's still poking the fuck out.
God. Fuck.
Why do people do this?
I enjoyed when you guys saw the Hanged Man, and that was fun.
That was a fun game.
It is a lot of fun.
I accidentally sort of shifted my voice into like sweet Southern girl, but it was fun.
No, it was great.
I think it worked.
I liked it.
I was intending to be more like, elegant and adult, but,
I will say that...
I turned into really confused little girl from Tennessee.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that man's hanging from a windowsill. Oh no.
Oh dear.
Yeah, I will say that now I'm being 31.
Now you're what?
31.
Yeah.
You're an
It's
old man.
12:59.
Hey, nice.
Oh, yeah.
Happy
Congratulations.
Thanks. Yeah, fuck you too. Yeah, it's great.
Congrats on getting old.
Fucking 30. 30 fucking 1.
You didn't even. You already lost track.
I'm
fucking 30 years old. God, shit.
I'm wondering, like, that was interesting. I've never roleplayed a woman in a RPG before.
Only you were a woman? No, I'm kidding.
Yeah, I was a bit offended when
the person on the phone said "sir,"
I was a bit put out by that. I'm not gonna.
You didn't say anything, though.
It's true. And this is the 1920s.
Yeah, but I mean, like, when I said, police, please, and then they said "sir" again,
It was just an automatic response.
I don't care about your automatic response.
Yeah, they don't actually.
Alright, guys, I gotta get going. See ya.
See ya.
Alright, boys.
Thanks for spectating the last 20 minutes.
Yep.
This endeavor.
See ya.
Right, well. Next
That
week,
was
are we gonna do more of this? Or are we gonna do
Oh
more
god, I hope so.
D&D?
I'm
probably
into
not
more of
D&D,
it.
honestly.
I mean,
think
like
that
next week is the week before. It's the day before Christmas.
Yeah,
I'm
I
pretty
mean,
yeah,
sure
we're
that
probably not
Drakey's
doing
gonna be
anything.
busy
Find
next
a
week,
different
so we
day for
won't be able to do D&D. With everyone, at least.
And then the next one is gonna be what?
Like,
New Year's Day.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so
Well,
we're
that'll
probably
be
playing
like
for another
for
couple
him.
of
It will
weeks.
be the middle of the night between New Year's Eve and New Year's Day, which means it's literally during New Year's like celebration. So I
wait,
don't know what he's planning on doing, but
no,
if he is,
the Monday after that will be New Year's for us. New Year's Eve for us.
yeah, New Year's Eve for us, but he's in the future because he's in Europe,
Oh, okay.
and so
Europe.
yeah, he's in Sweden.
Drake?
He's in Australia.
Okay, well, Bush.
Oh, Drake,
is,
Drake,
but
Drake,
Drake is
Drake,
in,
yeah.
Oh, I thought we were
Drake
talking
is in
about Drake.
Sweden.
I'm just like, wait a minute.
Yeah, for Bushmaster, he's way in the future, so he'll be fine.
Speaking
for,
of way in the
25th.
future, in Australia, that's where you were, Dom.
What?
You were way in the future in Australia.
Why was I in Australia? Are you just fucking
Nope,
with
zip,
me?
Zip.
'Cause
Don't
I'm
tell
like-
her. Don't tell her.
I'm in an emotional state right now.
Don't tell her. Don't tell her. That's gonna spoil everything.
I'm kind of concerned that I'm losing my mind.
I have no idea.
Welcome
what's
to
going
Call of
on.
Cthulhu.
I need a hug.
I loved this session. I
I had a lot of fun myself.
God, honestly, I think I need to like write up a very small amount for my characters more often, because I find that it lets me get into character way more when the only thing I have going for it is a vice and a voice. Like, I did nothing in terms of like, yeah, it was good.
Yeah,
I
mean,
also had no
will
idea
admit,
what I was
I
supposed to be looking forward to. I was like, well, okay, I have this planned. I'm gonna call him Nilesy, and I'm gonna act like he's my best friend. And then he just said that he was fucking leaving. So I was like, oh, well, shit, okay. I'm gonna I'll just roll with
like,
it.
I felt really bad because like I was planning this for a little bit and I had the story in my head and I was kind of reading through the rules, but the more I read through the rules, the more I got sidetracked to actually like look up our campaign and stupid shit like that. And like tables for crazy magic items that are just like really wonky. And like that took so much time. I wish I could have
wonder-
polished this a little bit more.
Yep.
Are you in a clan called Bros Against the World?
Yes, I am.
I just wanted to make sure that was a thing. I sent you a friend request.
Okay.
I will say, I feel like your initial like saying that making a Call of Cthulhu character is harder than making a D&D character is very inaccurate.
Do you think
It was
Call of Cthulhu is easier?
It was extremely fast. I didn't even realize how fast it was. Like, I
Yeah.
was really worried because I had to go out to Oregon to do stuff with my family all weekend, and then I got back, and my friends, while I was on the ride home, were like, hey, we're gonna go do this thing. You want to come? And I was like, well, shit, I guess I'll go do that. Sure. And so I was out until like I came home at like 11 p.m. yesterday night, and I hadn't even started on my character like mechanically. And I was like, okay, you just roll your stats. Okay, I rolled my stats. Okay, now you just pick skills. Okay, I picked some skills. And now you're done. Good job. It's
Yeah,
like,
no,
oh,
there's
oh.
a class.
This and you do stuff with that. There's some number stuff.
Yeah, most of the stuff is just calculated by the sheet, is the thing.
Yeah, I had no idea.
that's
I thought
why.
like we would have to like physically do all that.
But, like, the only part that you have to really put thought into is skills, I guess? Because everything else is you just roll it, and then it's done for you. And, you know, I did my backstory stuff today, like, within the 30 minutes before the session started, and I didn't realize it was going to be so easy. You just write down, like, a basic thing, and it hasn't even come up in session yet, so I'm happy.
Yeah, but if we ever like do a real Call of Cthulhu campaign, I want to do horror on the Orient Express. I've heard really good things
Ooh,
I
about
don't know
that.
what that even means.
It's from 2nd edition, but you can make it work
Whoa.
with any.
Does Orient Express, is that like
It's a train.
a fun phrase referring to Asia, or is that just it's
No,
Belfast
it's
because
a train.
Belfast?
It's a train.
It's a train that ran between, I think, Constantinople or Istanbul, I suppose, and somewhere in India.
Okay, so
And it was called the Orient Express because it was in the east. Because
Yeah.
Orient literally means in Latin east.
Huh.
which is, but like, you know, everybody who's not exactly politically correct uses the term Oriental to refer to things that are of Asian
I don't
descent.
know if there's anything wrong with saying the word Orient.
Well,
I'm not
it's not the word. I don't know. It's more using it in terms of talking about people, I think. I don't know.
Yeah, it's contextual,
But,
I
you know.
think.
Yeah.
I just feel in the same way, like, Asian should also include Indians and Russians.
It should.
No. I have a
Geographically
Parts of
speaking, yes.
but cultural geography comes into play, right? And the subcontinents are so large and so varied that they technically do not fit into Asian culture and therefore are referred to by their subcontinental name.
Yeah. Also,
I think
Russian
I-
is
I could write a
oftentimes
paper on this shit.
just lumped into European as well, kind of. A lot of the time, at least. But you know.
You know my favorite thing about Asian culture?
What?
Islam passed through there with no problems. Like, people were able to, like, convert people, and it worked with local religion, and no one really gave a shit. Which is
Mhm.
completely the opposite of religion when you're talking about the Western world.
Yeah, but that's
Mhm.
not too surprising.
Well, yeah, I guess Taoism is really open to just kind of throw anything in there, really. It's just
Yeah,
like these
considering that a lot
ceremonial
of-
rules we have about family.
Considering how many Eastern religions revolved around, like, peace and nature and things, it makes
And
sense.
not needing to believe in a god, mainly.
Yeah,
And so
and
it's
just
just like,
generally
yeah,
being
sure, why
about more
not?
about spiritualism than, yeah, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This isn't to say that there weren't any tensions at all.
Nor
Oh,
is
yeah,
it to say that not believing in something like that is bad. Twitch chat.
My favorite of the Eastern stuff, by the way, is Zen Buddhism, because if you ever read the founder of Zen Buddhism, that guy is fucking crazy.
Hmm?
The guy who founded Zen Buddhism, he like had these wild blue eyes, and like they say he cut off his eyelids so he wouldn't sleep. And when he went
That's
to China, he was from India, and when he went to China, the king of China was like, "Oh, look at all these Buddhist temples I've made. You know, what's all the great things I get in heaven?" And he looked at him flat and says, "You get nothing." Just walked away
Good
from
day,
him.
sir.
Bodhi something.
You get
Yeah.
nothing.
Bodhi Dharma.
Is he just Willy Wonka now?
Yeah, there's a movie being made about him, which stars whatever that guy, Gene Wilder.
Isn't Gene Wilder dead?
He is.
Jeez, it's like Chris Farley coming out in movies after his death.
It sure is.
Oh.
Oh.
But yeah, his name was Bodhi Dharma, and like
Dharma.
he's got some awesome stories about him. Like if you're interested in like anything like crazy Buddhism stuff, like
Nothing gets me excited like some crazy Buddhism.
hey, I'm crazy about religion and stupid shit, so like this is my crack.
So Buddhism is right up your alley.
As somebody who really likes medieval history, I totally get it.
Yeah, like medieval history is really cool, but
oh yeah, it's super.
I love when it's just like, hey, we're two people who are non-violent and we have a problem. So it's just like they have these family rivalries that are like the Hatfields and the McCoys, but in Asia. And it's like they don't try to kill each other, but they strongly dislike each other.
They
But
just
they
kind
still
of
help each other
stare at
out,
each
you know?
other,
Yeah.
give each other the side eye.
Oh, I learned I'm actually part of the Hatfield boys.
No kidding.
I'm a Hatfield.
Huh.
I have no idea what. Probably
Wow.
nothing.
I remember
Give
I walked into an anthropology class and we were talking about stuff. And I was just like, yeah, it's just like the Hatfields in the place. And the teacher looked at me sideways. I was just like, the Capulets and the Montagues? And then the whole class looked at me sideways. And I'm like,
What?
all right, I'm fucking done with this public school bullshit.
Okay,
Thing A and
sorry,
thing B.
what? How do they not know? What grade was this?
This was community college, and this was
What?
221 class.
Don't
How did
do
they
this
not
to
know
me.
what Romeo and Juliet was?
Maybe
especially
because
since
I
you
said
read it, like-
Montagues and Capulets and not Romeo and Juliet.
Well, yeah,
But-
but like, how do they not know the family names? They're like kind
Especially
of.
since we read that book like a dozen
they
times.
kind of
throughout-
stand out, as long as you're not from the time period. Like,
Yeah, you never say just one of the names. It's always like both of them at the same time. Oh well. Yeah, like that's what I learned. That just like, and the teacher, it was like really making me mad. Like the teacher even had no idea what the hell I was talking about.
it's very strange.
Well, like if it came out of left field, then that would, yeah. But like when you specify, it's not.
We're
like
talking about
it's,
feuding families.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like from a tribal perspective, from the Gabusi tribe of Papua New Guinea.
Hmm.
That's a real tribe, and they got some interesting history. Like, when they have to make new plantain fields, they take the old plantain fields and they cut every tree except the top one and the highest one, like halfway. Then they take the tallest one, they cut it all the way, so that not only does it take down the other trees, but the shockwave takes down the other trees.
No kidding.
Yeah, that way, like all the bananas and all the fruit is hidden and buried under, so animals just can't go in and grab it and run away. And they said that it was such amazing agriculture. That's not even agriculture; it's technically horticulture.
Whoa.
Whoa,
Horticulture, man.
that shit
Like,
is
Trimming
horrible.
bushes. Yeah, I mean, like with a messed up thyroid like me, I would probably go to Papua New Guinea and then just like one mosquito lands on me and I die.
Probably.
probably.
Malaria is no joke.
I wouldn't be surprised if you did.
Yeah, because I've got a compromised immune system, and it's just like, yeah, learning about this stuff is great. Do I want to go there? Fuck no. I eat different food and my stomach's fucked up for a month.
Yeah, I can't eat any of those plantains.
I'm gonna pretend to know what a plantain is.
It's
It's
kind of
sort
like
of
a banana, but different.
It's a
That's
starchy
really-
banana.
That
It's
is
like a
both healthy
It's like a
potato.
and
banana,
not.
except it actually grows in the wild.
Think of a banana and think of potato. Now think if they made sweet, sweet, hot, nasty sex and made a
Oh.
baby.
Banana
That's
Now
potato.
a
that
plantain.
image is in your head, now look up what a plantain is.
Plantains are really, really good fried.
No, of course, they have a lot of starch that
Wait, so
caramelizes
you
to
sent-
sugar.
You sent me a friend request?
You did.
I don't. Where would I find that?
You would go under Comunicación and Friends, and then
Oh, there
the
it is.
second tab is
Amigos.
Friend, what is this concept?
Monday.
Yeah, I just sent you a friend request under the username.
Hey, look, it's you.
Potatoes.
I need
X
to.
bananas.
I need to send a friend request to Panad.
Me.
To who?
Oh, by the way, Wanderer, I wanted to tell you this, since you're a kind of a buff of history.
Yep.
In ancient Greece, before it was Rome, there were Buddhists who traveled with the Brahma from India to Greece.
No kidding.
There was
Buddhists in
Buddhism in
Greece?
Greece and before Common Era.
Wow. That wow.
It is crazy, isn't it?
I didn't think they traveled that far afield.
They did. It was awesome. That's one of my favorite little things about ancient Greece. Because they know it, because they have coins that are minted in India, specifically where there were groups, who worship Buddhism.
Huh.
Yeah.
That is very neat.
Very neat.
Did you say Barry?
Whole thing before
Very.
is the coronation of William the Conqueror.
William the Conch.
William the Conch. He was a
Well,
shell.
I don't know what he just said. He went robot.
I heard William the Conqueror. I think you were trying to say, and then it ended.
Oh yeah, yeah. One of my favorite stories from medieval history is the coronation of William the Conqueror, and I don't know if I've said it on here before.
What is
I
it?
don't know if you have.
Yeah, I don't know.
I guess not, because nobody's like
I don't
recognizing
know
the
it
story.
off the top of my head.
I don't know.
Sorry.
Okay, all right, great. So, do you mind if I tell the story or no?
No,
I
go
strongly mind.
Oh, okay.
Tell it.
Fuck, just go.
I
What
know,
is
I
it?
know. All right, so picture this. I think it was night. It was like late at night, Christmas Day. It's either Christmas Eve or Christmas Day. I don't remember exactly, but it was Christmas 1066. William the Conqueror, or well, technically he was still called William the Bastard back then, or William de Normandy, had managed to beat the King of England, who had just beaten Harold Hardrada, King of Norway, or Norwich, I suppose. In any case, William has won. He is now the ruler of England, not just by military might, but also by pretty much papal decree. And that's something that people tend to forget about, is that the Pope himself kind of said, yeah, okay, you can do this to William.
Wasn't it like Normans were already in England at that time, so it was really easy?
Yeah, it was a 3.5-way brawl. There was the English themselves, who... Okay, all right, so to very briefly to explain 1066, basically when the King of England died at the time, I don't remember his name very well. I'm afraid it's been a while since I've researched it. I just remember the story really well. When the King of England died, there was a minor succession crisis because England's family line had branched out significantly since the time of Alfred the Great. Basically through a series of screw-ups and just general baffling decisions, there was a marriage in order to maintain English sovereignty between the English royal line and the Norse, and also one between the English and the Danish. And at some point, the current King of England, who died in 1066 or late 1065, I don't remember exactly, had a illegitimate child, William the Bastard. So basically, when the king died, a bunch of people stood up and said, I am the King of England. The king who took his place, something Godwinson, I think it was Robert Godwinson, I might be wrong about that. He said that on his deathbed, the king pronounced him as the new king. He wasn't technically next in line, but that's just how the cards played out. William stood up and said, no, it's me. Before he died, he visited France and said, yes, I want you to be the King of England when I pass. The Norse said, well, we have ancient claim to the throne, so we're going to be it. And then the Danish stood up and said the same, and then realized that they were dramatically outgunned and then just kind of sat back down.
Classic Danish.
The Dutch.
Actually a surprisingly short war by medieval standards, even shorter. The Norse got yeeted by the English at Stamford Bridge, and then, or was it Stamford Bridge? Okay, anyways, the Norse got yeeted, and then the English got yeeted by the French. So one way or another, William's standing at the top of the body pile. So, Christmas 1066, it's London, though London's considerably smaller than it is now by several factors of 10. And William and his honor guard are at Westminster Abbey so that he can be coronated. Now, William left most of his honor guard outside. There's not a lot of good blood between William and the rest of England, just because he's the conqueror. But he's got some people inside, and he's got the rest kind of standing around outside, just waiting. So William goes through the coronation process, and it's pretty regal. It's pretty lit. But there's a part in the coronation that I guess had been slipped their mind. You see, at the end of the coronation, the people of England, or at least the people inside Westminster Abbey, who represent all of England, stand up and shout their acceptance of their new king. The honor guard was neglected to be informed of this. So from inside the chapel, everything's fine. Inside the abbey, everything's hunky-dory. William is now William the Conqueror. Outside the chapel, William's rather tense honor guard hears a lot of screaming from inside. So there's a panic. Some of his guys rush inside to see what the situation is, but in the chaos, the rest assume the worst. And they think, oh God, the English just murdered William while being coronated. We must do something to get back. So they go about and start torching London to the ground. I mean, huge sections of the city are lit up. Meanwhile, William's honor guard, the people who went inside come in and say, oh, look, there's William. He's fine. Okay, everything's good. And when the ceremony finishes, everyone thinks, okay, this is good. This is fine. It's been a couple of hours, but everything's fine. So I want you to imagine being William the Conqueror, who is on seventh heaven. He has achieved what many thought to be impossible and was perhaps the most wild dream he could have ever. You throw open the door of Westminster Abbey, and the first thing you see as King of England is your capital burning to the ground as French troops roaming around hold torches.
Oh,
And that is the coronation of William the Conqueror.
That's incredible.
It is probably my favorite story in all of medieval history.
I thought you were going to talk about that time they had the Black Mass for the dead king, but that was pretty good.
I think I remember that one vaguely. I don't remember it well enough to tell you. There are a lot of other really weird stories. Like, for instance, Charlemagne, when he was crowned emperor, got an elephant. He received an elephant as a gift. Also,
he particularly liked some kind of, and his namesake is the quote unquote like creator of whatever dish that was in England, like a meat pie or something.
Maybe I'm not sure about.
Everything in England is a meat pie. Let's be honest.
Yeah. Also, there's a lot of evidence to suggest that Charlemagne was something of a incestual pedophile. Basically, while Charlemagne was alive, he insisted that his daughters did not marry and stayed with him at all times. And I mean, there is a non-zero probability that he was boinking them.
Gandhi too.
Yeah, it seems to be a thing.
It's kind of a thing in just history.
Then,
men with power. It's just like,
People
get
got
me
fucked.
naked women, and
especially
get younger better.
Yeah, it's not only that, but it's also like your own daughters, and that's just like, okay, I guess it was a different time.
Yeah, I don't think that works.
Yeah, no, that was a new one.
Oh, it was a different time. It's perfectly fine.
Also,
No.
Nero loved doing that upside down, sawing someone in half, because it would make them live so much longer because all their blood pulled up to their vital organs.
Yep.
I'm sorry, but are we not going to mention the first daughter of the United States? Or was that what you guys were going
which
for?
first daughter do you mean?
I mean the
Of
one.
the president?
The first woman who was ever born
the one
in
that
the
the president
United
kind of strongly implies he wants to fuck.
Oh, you mean this president? Okay, I was trying to imagine like
States. The big.
I was running through
cheese.
I mean, my first thought was like the first daughter to be born in the United States at Roanoke, and then I realized it wasn't.
And then she
probably
get
eaten or was killed
or
one
taken
way
by
or another,
Indians.
or met up with Captain America in a very successful spin-off of the Marvel franchise.
I would say that there are stories of the Native Americans coming into, Native Indians, as they prefer to be called now. The Native Indians would go into like people's houses and steal children away, and then bring those children back years later, and they were like finely tuned hunting machines.
I mean, I don't know much about the colonial period, so I'm not sure if that happened or if it did and was overblown, or I don't.
Definitely, at minimum, there was this thing where they had this process where it was like, okay, so the Indians will take some of our kids and teach them to live as Indians. We'll take some of the Indians and teach them to live as us. And the Indians that lived with the white men got lazy and fat and didn't want to do anything. and didn't like their own culture because they were taught by colonial Americans. While the people who lived with the Indians, made out like goddamn bandits.
Yeah. It turns out that there's some very strong, I guess, physical advantages to being part of a pre-industrial, or not even pre-industrial. Just being in that kind of environment definitely helps if you want to get. I'm trying to think. Oh yeah, and then there's probably what I think is one of the funniest documents in medieval history, which is I don't remember the name of the guy who wrote it. It was a biography written by a bishop in France way back in the Merovingian period. That was before Charlemagne, so we're talking like 500, 600 CE. And oh man, I can't remember the name of the king anymore either. I'll come back to me probably like an hour from. But basically, he was the first Christian convert of the Franks, so he was a big deal. And obviously, the Christians wanted more Christians in France rather than less. So they kind of had to not.
This was France, not Gaul at the time.
This was when the Franks were a thing.
Okay, so it was France.
Yeah, it was France, but like northeastern France. You know how it is.
Yeah.
So basically, I think his name was Clovis. I think he was Clovis, the first king of the Merovingian dynasty. I'm not 100% on that. Basically, we'll call him Clovis for convenience's sake. Basically, King Clovis was the first big Christian convert that they had in France, and if they wanted to keep that ball rolling, and they did, they needed to kind of make sure that nobody thought he was a terrible human being. Is like a big propaganda push. He absolutely was.
Of course he was.
But what I find funny about it is that this poor bishop has to bend over backwards to find every positive way to write about this man who clearly should not be written about in any positive light.
No. My favorite thing about bishops were in the castles that bishops would stay, there would be these sin rooms, the room that God did not see, where they could indulge themselves and do horrible things and still be men of wrath.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, it's all right. This room's okay.
Yeah, God doesn't see this room. Everything else, but not this room, God. Just don't stay away.
Yeah, it's lined with lead foil.
Is God Superman now?
No, it's like tinfoil hats and stuff.
Well, I mean, it probably would be lined with lead because lead was used to make white paint.
Yeah, he's got a point. Which would also explain why the medieval period was just so crazy. They were all just completely insane from lead.
Oh my God.
That would make a lot of sense.
Yeah, face powder was just like powderized lead. How does it make me look?
I mean, that was a thing even in Rome.
They did bloodletting. They ingested lead regularly.
Mercury sometimes. Mercury could make you live
with one another. There was a lot of stuff that happened in medieval times. Everyone was just sick.
Yep.
People drank water out of polluted wells.
Well, that's why they switched to beer. Oh, that reminds me.
Also why they like springs.
Okay, so I have not read the book that this is from, but I heard it secondhand from a professor. But he had read a book which made an interesting point that the Renaissance exists entirely thanks to coffee, and here's
why.
Because it was very often just
keep on cutting out in mid-conversation.
All right, so it's all because of coffee, okay? And here's why.
Okay. So, like we said, drinking water in the medieval period was pretty dangerous because, no germ theory, no idea on how to purify the water means that, if you wanted to drink something other than alcohol, you were gambling with your. So that's what mainly people drank was alcohol, beer and wine and whiskey and all that stuff.
Don't forget tea.
Well, yeah, I think to a lesser extent, at least in
boiling it at least.
Yeah, that's true. But the theory went, when the Renaissance happened and trade started to pick up between the Middle East and Europe, they started importing coffee. And coffee started to be the thing that people drank instead of alcohol. So the idea is that because like people were drinking coffee instead of alcohol, they weren't getting plastered early in the day. They were actually awake and alert, and they were able to think about new things. And that's why the Renaissance happened, because coffee was imported and people were drinking it instead of.
I thought the Renaissance happened because of tight circulation of rich people just wanted to spend money on rich things. So that brought this crowd of really eccentric people who would make and or sell things for huge amounts of money.
Well, yes, but I mean, they also had coffee to be eccentric with.
Yeah, guess so.
Also, who was buying them the coffee?
Your mothers.
The Chinese?
Yo, mama.
I mean, it's also possible. I don't know. I think it's an interesting and funny theory, so I like throwing it around.
I've
I
never
enjoy
heard
it.
that.
No,
one.
it is. I like it.
the idea of the coffee trade that sparked the. Now I like to think that, like, what's his name? Da Vinci was just this, like, jittering caffeine addict.
Yeah, he was tweaked
Yeah.
up all the time on caffeine.
Hey,
Okay.
Pope, you like this fucking thing I'm painting on the ceiling? You like it? Oh, yeah, it's fucking beautiful, ain't it?
That was Michelangelo, though.
I was about to say, I don't think that was Da
Whatever.
Vinci.
But that is totally
Leonardo.
yeah.
Hey, look at me! I'm painting on the ceiling. No, this isn't an Sistine Chapel. I'm just doing this. Do you like
Different
this?
ceilings.
I love the flow of this.
Yeah,
I just
honestly,
feel
I
like I
can,
get more creative when I'm closer to the ceiling.
I can totally see
I'm
Michelangelo
gonna go
as
design a flying machine.
jittery, half insane, constantly angry caffeine. Because he destroyed his work at some point on the Sistine
yeah.
Chapel.
Yeah, he threw
Just
rocks
got
at
really
it.
sick about it. Yeah.
And it could even explain why Da Vinci saw stuff in slow motion, because having a huge amount of caffeine in your system does speed up your ability to, like, process shit.
Have you ever seen Over the Hedge? I know you haven't,
Yeah.
Slyxo, because you
Yes.
haven't seen any. Okay, so you remember when they give the squirrel coffee?
Yeah, never.
Just
Yeah.
that.
Everything is
just
slow
that.
motion.
There's also a similar bit in an episode of Futurama.
Yeah, but that's probably better by like a lot.
Yeah, but who
I
watches
saw that.
popular TV shows, dumb? Who does that?
Who does
Not
that?
not Slyxo.
I like
Not me.
Futurama.
I don't watch it.
Oh, you actually allow yourself to watch that?
Matt
allow
Groening
himself.
made it.
I don't watch anything that was designed by Portlanders.
That's messed up.
It's a joke. Also, Matt
Okay,
Groening
then.
is from Portland.
I know.
TIL.
TIL. TUL. Today you learned.
You know what I did watch a lot of?
Don't spell you like that.
King of the Hill.
King of the
About
Hill.
it?
That's a good show right there.
Oh, I love King of
Like
the
you
Hill.
call it.
I quite like that one.
I feel like we should just like drop Slyxo into something really strange, like as his next big TV show
Yeah,
experience.
go watch. Just binged. I don't fucking know. That
JoJo.
Old school Twilight Zone?
Madoka. Go watch. the
I've
whole
seen
series.
tons of old school.
Yeah, watch Madoka.
Twilight
You'll,
Zone's great.
you'll like it.
You'll like
I've
it.
actually watched the really old Twilight Zones that were just radio.
Really? I didn't
You
realize they did a
watch
radio
those,
show
you
for.
listen to them. Duh.
Well,
Yeah, you
I would play Fallout
Freaking
4 with
idiot.
tons of mods, and one of the mods was just like shit tons of Twilight Zone episodes. So I'd
That
be
sounds
playing
like
on
a-
these super hard difficulty, hiding in this little hut, listening to these horror stories.
That
sounds like a
sounds
true
awesome,
Fallout
right?
experience.
Actually,
Like, mods make Fallout 4 worth playing.
yeah.
That's
I mean,
it.
I had fun with my first playthrough of Fallout 4.
Yeah,
It
'cause
was also
new.
it was also the first
Yeah.
Fallout game I'd ever played because I missed
And
that
that
entire
too.
train.
I'm of the opinion that your favorite Fallout game is going to be your first one.
I started on 3 and I hate 3.
Okay, so there's the argument against.
Yeah, and then you can also be sly.
Yeah.
Started
not like
on 3
anything.
and I have a sort of a passing tolerance of it.
See,
I started on 3.
and then in the gap between New Vegas, I actually played 1 and 2. So by the time I played New Vegas, I was like, "Oh my god, you're referencing all this shit I know! Oh my god!"
Someone bought me New Vegas. I should play it at some point.
I
You
just
should.
really-
It's very good. Play with
Yeah, it's
mods.
great
I've heard
time.
that it's good, and everybody gets mad at me for not playing it, but playing Fallout 4. But I mean, Fallout 4
The
was
only-
free for me for reasons. So
I got
Okay,
you.
so if you're gonna play New Vegas, I
Tales
would
of Waste.
recommend you play with just a single mod on, and that's
oh
Jay
my
Sawyer.
gosh, what?
Oh god,
That's-
Jay Sawyer's Reap. Oh god, that balance is fucking
What?
hell.
What? I didn't
No,
hear what he
it's
said.
a good mod.
What did he say?
Jay Sawyer mod. Just play with the Jay
What does
Sawyer
it
mod.
do?
It's a rebalance by one of the devs that makes the game a bit more interesting.
It makes it that you are actually in the Mojave Desert, and if you don't drink enough water, you will fucking die. You will
It's dumb.
fucking die.
That's dumb.
Look, it's
I
a
don't
good
like it.
mod,
I
and you
don't
should
like
play it
survival
because
mods.
it's closer to the intent of the developer. And while I typically run by death of the author, I think in general game devs have a good idea on how to, or at least they give an idea on how they wanted you to play the game, and I think that's interesting.
I don't
Okay,
wanna
for
play a
me-
survival game.
The Jay Sawyer version of it was just like, hey, do you have enough water to last you?
This
No.
walk.
Well, you're fucked. Hopefully you find some water. Like,
I mean,
you don't know how many times my hydration thing was red. I'm just going, oh god, please water. I don't care if it's dirty. Just shove it in my toilet water. Yes, just get in. Just get in me. Just get in me.
I mean, but that's like half the fun of Jay Sawyer.
See,
I don't
like,
find that very
I
fun.
played a mod, Fallout 4, completely took away all rat away.
What? Wow.
That was fun.
Oh wait, it took away Radaway. But what about the other non-Radaway ways to remove radiation?
They don't exist except fungal
Except for fungal what?
purge.
Oh well, you still got that then.
It hurts your physical body to take it, and there's like no stim packs.
Oh wow, that is rough. That's pretty hardcore.
It was fun, and I beat the game like that, and it's the only reason I felt happy for joining of Steel. Because like the way the mod was, they had these vending machines and stuff, and the Brotherhood of Steel, of course, you know, you join up, you get power armor, you get
Yeah.
meals every day. And it's just like, fuck living like that. I'm living in a goddamn Zeppelin.
Yeah, actually, I remember you mentioning that mod. That seemed like a really interesting, like, gives a real reason to why people would join. Another mod I like, but wouldn't make much sense canonically, was the Metro mod that basically made it so that you had to wear a gas mask outside and make sure it wasn't damaged and make sure you replaced the filters, or you would just die.
Oh, you mean Frost?
Not Frost. I think Frost might have borrowed some elements, but it was a standalone mod. It was like Masks of the Commonwealth or something like.
Okay.
Yeah, and it basically just took the mechanics of Metro, the Metro series.
Yeah, I get you.
Yeah,
Did it
I've
give
always
a
wanted
cool
to.
graphic for
filters?
your mask though, like Metro?
Yes, it did.
Because that's important.
It
If when
did.
it rains, you don't get rain on your mask, then it isn't immersive enough for me.
No, there would be rain on your mask. There'd be dust on your mask. There'd be blood, and you'd have to like clean it off. And there were new animations for everything. And if your mask cracked, you were kind of. So you
See,
either had a
Project
backup.
Nevada tried to do something like that, and it was such a pain in the ass with the overlay mask.
Important question though: did the enemies have to have their mask, and could you
Yes.
crack their masks? Great.
Okay, so
good.
there were like options you could choose to have it, so like you only needed to wear it in certain areas, or NPCs didn't need to wear it and you only needed to, or whatever. Just toggle it to whoever.
All right. Well,
But I
that's
think
good.
the default option is that everyone wore masks, even inside
Yeah.
of Diamond City.
Yeah, I mean, like, I just would have thought that it would be really silly, kind of like how the difficulty in Fallout 4 is determined by how bullet spongy things are. Like, if you turn the
Except
difficulty
survival.
up to if you turn the difficulty up a bunch, then it's like, oh hey, you just die in one hit, but this equally built person who is the same type of human as you just takes like 80 shots to the chest.
Survival bounces back to hard difficulty,
Yeah,
but that's because it's hard as fuck.
that's because it's Isn't survival like just anything is just like a fucking one shot?
Yeah,
The
so
survival's
you
pretty
cannot
hard.
save
Low
your
level,
game.
low health, yes.
Yeah, I like survival mode in Fallout a lot. I like I haven't played with it much, but the Horizon mod for Fallout 4 it enhances and improves survival mode.
Yeah, Horizon actually has a patch for that Brotherhood of Steel one that gets rid of all rat away.
Oh, sweet. Do you know if it has a patch for gas masks of the Commonwealth or whatever it's called?
It probably does, given how intense and hard it is.
Yeah, I'd be happy with that. You'd have to look up the original mod, and I don't remember the name. It's like Masks of the Commonwealth, I swear.
Well, if I can find my original one that I was talking about, then I could like backtrack it. You know what I mean?
I think
Masks of-
Horizon...
Gas Masks of the Wasteland. No, this is...
That might be it.
Fallout... Hold on. Okay, this is Fallout 4.
It's for Fallout 4.
Fallout... Okay, it's called Fallout 2287 Gas Masks of the Wasteland.
Yeah, that's it. Because it's like a reference to Metro 2077,
Yeah.
Fallout 287.
2287. Everything is masked. Oh, you got this mask over you. And,
Yep, it's sweet.
And, you're wearing a mask, and everybody else is wearing a mask.
I really like it. I think it looks really cool.
I do kind of wish that the end... I don't know. Like, on one hand, it reduces the immersion if they're not wearing them, but at the same time, I don't want to... I don't want to put a mask on Piper and people. I want to see their faces when I'm talking to them.
Well, you can see their faces when you're inside of a house, because you don't need to wear it when outside.
I guess that makes sense.
Or you don't need to wear it when inside.
I guess that's good.
It's just like, hey, what if we didn't have this conversation in the nuclear hellscape we exist in?
Yeah.
Why don't we wait until we're home?
Oh, you know what that reminds me of? If you were ever to play Tale of Two Wastelands and you play through the original Fallout 3 content with the New Vegas thing, everyone in Power Armor, it sounds like they're shitting directly in your ear because like the modulation for that Power Armor does not work in New Vegas.
Oh yeah, it was terrible.
Wait, what?
You know when they talk in Power Armor, it's like keep banging rocks together.
Yeah, kinda in 3, right?
Yeah, well, in Tale of Two Wastelands, somehow New Vegas broke that in trying to fix the horrible engine that Fallout 3 was, and that break just is ear pain when they talk. And there's a mod that just makes them talk normal, no modulation.
Okay, well, I feel like trying to mix Fallout 3 and 4 is just kind of a bad idea. I understand why Tale of Two Wastelands exists, but I don't.
Well, it's
I
it's
don't.
free in New Vegas.
Yeah, I don't know. Like I get it. I also just feels like it's kind of odd to just walk your level 30 something lone wanderer in, Good Springs and just destroy literally everything in front of.
Well,
You don't
usually the
have to.
content's leveled.
Yeah, it's smart about that. It doesn't just drop you off in a terrible place. It's got this nice little kind of, you go to the DC area and you have to fight a bunch of super mutants to actually get on the train to go to New Vegas, and it's
Right,
like,
and then a time skip.
yeah. And I think it works.
It's pretty neat. I like it.
Wait, so you're in DC, and then you get on a train,
You take
and then it takes you all the way across the entire country to New Vegas.
Yeah,
Okay,
and then
Look, it's a user-made mod. It's not a
Technically,
Shakespearean
in
play.
Vegas,
I know.
I mean, you should be going to California, doing all that shit, blowing up the divide, and then coming back.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the true of the lone wanderer, the sole survivor,
I
whatever
don't
the
know.
fuck he's
Soul
called.
Survivor is Fallout 4.
Yeah, it's the Lone Wanderer
Because you're
Vault
the only person that
101.
survived, aside from, your child.
No,
Courier is
and,
the
like, all sorts of
other
people.
fella.
The
Doesn't
Courier's
that-
somebody else.
Hey, Drake.
The Courier's New Vegas.
Hello.
Oh, I thought you were saying.
Oh yeah, the courier.
So you have the talk, yes. So I thought, well, I could hop in and talk.
Well, howdy.
Well, howdy. On that note, I think I'm gonna go and have some cookies or something and rest my voice
Okie
Yeah.
dokie.
and say
Have a
goodbye
good
to everybody here. So I'll see
Bye.
you guys later.
Thank you
Bye.
for joining us, Chad.
All right, now that those punks are gone, I'm gonna go find someone to raid. Probably Beagles. Beagles is playing. What is this? Foxhole? What is that? I've never seen that game before. I'm gonna go and play that. What is that? Raid. Speaks and Jam. Alright. Come check out the Discord if you're not in it already. We'll be back next week for some more D&D. I might stream on Thursday for some sort of game, maybe? I don't know. We'll see. Maybe next weekend? I don't know. Things are tricky with the holidays, but I'm sure there'll be streams. But yes, I will see y'all next time. Thanks for watching. Bye-bye.